TitleMatchNetwork.com.
Welcome to another edition of the RF Video Shoot interview series. I'm sitting here today with the true legend of the wrestling business, Jerry Jarrett. Jerry, thank you for being here today.
Thank you, John.
I guess my first question to you is, how did you break into the wrestling business?
I was kind of born in the wrestling business. My mother sold tickets in Nashville for Nick Gulas and Roy Welch. So at about 4 years old, I was sitting in the box office at my mother's feet while she sold tickets. And then at 7 or 8, I started selling the wrestling programs. It was called Slamagram. Then at about 11 or 12, I was taking up tickets on the front door, and I got a driver's license at 14 and promoted my first match in 1956.
Wow. So obviously your parents were into you getting to the wrestling business then.
My mother.
Your father?
Mother and father were divorced.
Oh, okay. How much of the business were you exposed to when your mom took the tickets? Like, when did you learn the business itself, like the guys getting along?
Well, I mean, no, I didn't know the business. It was quite protected back then.
Right.
And as I got older, I realized that you couldn't do some of the things that I watched them do in the ring. We were in a pretty tough neighborhood, predominantly black, and when you get in a lot of fights, you realize that you can't really drop kick somebody.
Right.
If you do, they'll slap you out of your legs out of the way and you hit on the back of your head.
Right.
So, I mean, logic pretty much prevailed.
Do you remember when you realized it was exposed and when the guys were actually got along?
Well,
oh
yeah, I remember it. You have these ideas and questions, but then when I was just a kid, Nick Gulas would send me to the little spot shows to bring the money back. So, I was in school. So on the trips, I would get in the back seat and sleep. And Rowdy Red Roberts, they thought I was asleep, and they went to talking about the finish and high spots, and we'll do this and get heat. And I didn't know these terms, but I knew that they were scripting their match.
Right.
And that was, even though in the back of my mind I knew it was a real disappointment.
Yeah, it's like finding out about Santa Claus, I guess.
Yeah. I was disappointed when I found out about Santa Claus.
You mentioned them already, but what are your early memories of both Nick Gulas and Roy Welch?
Roy was the man that was responsible for teaching me the business. He had been in it 40, 50 years when I first met him. And Nick gave me a break, so I have good memories of both of them. Nick was not high on my list of honorable people.
Right.
But we all have our assets and we all have our negatives. They both, like me, had their share of negatives.
Okay. You mentioned it too. You started promoting when you were 14 years old.
Yes.
How did the guys take orders from you and stuff like that?
Oh, well, back in those days, the promoter didn't talk to the wrestlers. You just went, and I carried my popcorn and cold drinks, and helped the guy set up the ring, and then I set up the chairs at ringside in little National Guard armories and high school gyms.
So you had a booker then doing everything?
Oh, yeah.
Who was your booker then?
Oh, I don't know. I guess Nick and Roy.
Oh, okay.
All I did was I put out the publicity, the window cards, took care of the matches, brought the money back, and
make sure everything was good.
And they paid me what was theoretically left.
How successful were your shows then? The first shows you were doing?
Very. I remember it was quite flattering. My mother said that several of the wrestlers began asking, can I be on Jerry's shows?
Oh, wow.
So, but, I just worked hard. And I would go to the newspaper, and I guess here's this kid asking the sports editor if I can take him out to lunch. And, in McMinnville, that was blowing all of $4 for a lunch for the two of us. So, I think they probably had sympathy for me or liked the idea that I was a young guy trying to be in business. But I'd get great press.
That's a smart thing. You left the business for a while when you went to college. Was that tough for you?
No. I hadn't really gotten. I liked the business, but it wasn't in my blood yet.
No.
And so.
For you, it was more of a business than actually being a fan.
Right.
When you were doing it.
Right.
Which is the opposite for a lot of kids.
Oh, yeah. I was, although I was a fan, Tex Riley was my hero, and I liked the Fargos and the Greens, and so yes, I was a fan. But I was trying to get out of 22nd Avenue, and education was the quickest way out.
Oh, what did you get a degree in?
I didn't finish.
Oh, you didn't finish?
I was English literature major.
That's what you were interested in?
Yeah.
I guess since you're a kid who got into the business, what kind of advice would you give to a kid today about trying to get in?
Keep your fingers crossed and get lucky. I mean, that's really the biggest factor.
Wow.
All the other things, you have to know the business, you have to get somebody to train you. But, once you have all that preparation, then you just really have to have that opportunity, and that's luck.
So it's just pretty much right spot at the right time kind of deal.
Yeah, if you're not a member of the Lucky Sperm Club, you've got to have luck.
Right.
And I had luck. My mother just happened to have a part-time job in the business, and that gave me the exposure and the inside track.
Right. How did you wind up refereeing?
That was by accident. One day I was in the office picking up, waiting for my ride to go, bring the money back to the office. And Nick Gulas said, we're short a referee. I need you to go referee the matches tonight. I said, I don't know how to do that. He said, it isn't anything. Just stay the hell out of the way and count the shoulders when they're down. So
Right.
That's how it started. Then, I met Tojo Yamamoto, the Japanese wrestler. And Tojo would coach me going to the towns, telling me about, acting as authoritative without being belligerent, and to literally stay out of the way.
So, today you appreciate the role of a referee. A lot of people don't think they do anything.
Oh, let me tell you, you can't have a great match. You can have a good match, but you can't have a great match without a great referee.
Right. Can you talk about the night a riot broke out when you were refereeing?
Oh, yeah, that was in Cleveland, Tennessee, and scared me to death. Suddenly the ring filled up, and here comes all the wrestlers from the dressing room, and I'd never been around any of this. To me, the wildest situation was, a scuffle between 2 or 3 kids in the neighborhood. But people had knives, and gee whiz.
What were they writing about?
A senior, just
The
heat.
Do you remember what match it was? What caused it?
Yeah, you know what? I'm having a senior moment. I thought I'd never forget the people that were involved, but I did. I remember But I remember that one of the guys, I'm there trying to not fight, but trying to tell people to get out of the way, get out of the ring. And I looked, and this wrestler's got a knife stuck in his back.
Wow.
Yeah, all plain. So finally, the police and the wrestlers won and got him out of the ring. And well, the wrestler went and got the knife pulled out and sewed up. He made it all right.
And wrestled the next night.
I don't remember. I think he might have been off. I think he cut something.
Oh wow, deep. So how did you become a referee and start working your way up to promoting?
The boys, the wrestlers, reported back to the office and told them I did a good job. And when I got back, they, Nick and Roy asked me, did I enjoy it? I said, yeah. They said, well, you can't go with the big towns because you look like a kid, but we can send you to spot shows. You can pick up a little extra money. So I was tickled. I was trying to promote my little towns and, any way I could make $1.
Right. So at this time, did you have a real job too, or was just wrestling was your only
job? Yeah. I worked, when I started, I was as a purchasing agent for Murray, Ohio Manufacturing.
Okay.
And moonlighted as a wrestling referee and promoter.
Right. Well, that's what everyone's doing today on the indie scene too. Why did you want to start wrestling over a real job?
Well, I'd kind of grown up in the wrestling business, and I was working at Murray, and the man that hired me and that I worked for was like a father figure to me, and he really helped me come up through the ranks from a clerk, or like a filing clerk, to a purchasing agent. And I was real close to him. His name was Walter Bannis. And the owner of the company, his son took over. Mr. Hannon I think he just retired. And his son, Bill, took over. And Bill wanted his men and his crew. Later life, I could understand that, but at the time, it made no sense that they would want me to take Walter's place. Just flip-flop. And put Walter out, just put him out. And I said, no, I can't do that. I told Mr. Hammond, I said, I'm perfectly happy being Walter's assistant. So he said, well, make up your mind, because, I'm going to replace Walter one way or the other. And so I went home, and Walter Bannis called me and said, I'd rather you have it than somebody else, and anything you do isn't going to make a difference. So I tried it for a while, and I kind of felt like I guess I felt like a whore. I don't know.
Right.
I didn't feel right not sticking with my principles. So I quit and went to the wrestling office and talked to Nick and Roy and said, I need to work in any job you've got while I find another job. Of course, I never left.
You mentioned him earlier. What do you remember he's training with Tojo, and didn't you also train with Sailor Moran?
Yes. I didn't know it at the time, but when Tojo started talking to me about wrestling, he said, you played all sports in school. I think you could be a wrestler. So I said, well, we can try it. So he started working with me and teaching me different holds, and mostly talking, teaching me the importance of facial expression, and that even though we were in the big building and you couldn't see the people in the balcony. They could see you. And so my mother, who at that time had gone from ticket seller at the matches to secretary for the wrestling company, she said, what I want you to do is let Tojo work with you, but I want Sailor Miranda to work with you. And Sailor was an old shooter and tough, you know, no compassion. And so I'd go up, work out with Sailor, and he'd just beat the stew out of me. I mean, really hurt me. My face would be bleeding. And
was he trying to break you? Or?
Yeah. And after about 3 months of this, he said, Jerry, you're never going to learn to be a shooter. It's just not in you. But he said, your mother wanted me to discourage you. But I'm going to tell her that you can protect yourself because you are tough enough. So he came into the office and you know, I really understood what my mother was doing. She didn't want, back in those days, you didn't have to be able to beat all the wrestlers, but you better be able to beat the people in the crowd.
Right.
Because they would come in the ring real often. And you know, if you wasn't prepared, if you didn't know how to defend yourself, you get embarrassed.
Right. Hurt your bookings too, right?
Oh, well, it'd kill you. You know, some skinny kid get in the ring and beat you up. You know, in front of the crowd, you were...
No one's going to pay to see you wrestle no more.
No,
right.
You were history.
So was it hard to pick up? You said it took you 3 months before Sailor Miranda put in a good word for you. Was the wrestling hard for you to pick up, or did it come kind of natural?
Oh, no. The work part was... that Tojo was doing, you know, was not very difficult. Sailor, on the other hand, was, you know, it's hard to get your butt kicked every day. And I mean, really kicked. And, I don't know why I kept going back. I reflected on that. But I'm glad I did. I mean, you know, years later, it it really might have saved my life, not to be over dramatic, but there was some situations that I was thankful that I'd taken
the wrestling route,
butt kicking from Sailor. And then Pat Malone worked with me too. He's another tough guy.
So the 3 guys who trained you?
Yeah.
What was your first major program? Do you remember it?
Major?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was. I was already booking Memphis for the office, the matches, and I wanted this. I'd watched a movie in which this older guy had befriended this young kid and kind of tutored him in the background. And it was a really emotional movie, and I liked it. So I said, that would draw money. So I was refereeing, and some guys jumped me and beat me up, and Tojo switched. He was the heel and came to my rescue. And, from there we sold out the first night.
It just took its course.
Yeah.
Why do you think you were such a successful wrestler?
I played a role that nobody else was willing to play. I was, my size was a tremendous advantage. I was a lot smaller than the other guys. I was a lot younger than the other guys. So my deal was to sell and give the hot tags to Tojo or Jackie Fargo or whoever I was with. And, the crowd seemed to appreciate the fact that I was trying.
Like the underdog role?
Yeah.
Did Roy Welch take it hard when you opened up your own company?
Roy was, he had Alzheimer's before he died, and I think he had already died before that happened. No, I know he had.
I did?
I'm sorry. Yeah, Roy died, and I was his partner. And this is a convoluted...
Okay, good.
You said it was convoluted with Roy Welch had Alzheimer's and everything when you were starting?
Yes. They, what was the question?
Did Roy Welch take it hard on you when you opened up your own
Yes.
company?
Roy was already dead. And when I opened my own company. And what had happened is, because of my success as the booker for the Memphis end of the territory, Jim Barnett bought Georgia Championship Wrestling. And he had heard about me, so he came from Australia to Hendersonville and hired me. And of course, it's nothing today, but he paid me $500 a day.
It's a lot.
Oh, huge, in '72. So I went to Atlanta and had real success. We did the Mr. Wrestling 1 and 2 angle and started selling out, and then moved to the Omni and continued selling out. And then Nick and Roy, that territory went down. So they gave me 10% of the business to come back.
It's a big asset to them to give you that.
Yeah. And so, I came back to Tennessee, and then Roy died. And I gave Nick Gulas $50,000. Well, no, I gave the company $50,000. I'm assuming Nick got it. For another 40%
For the business.
of the business. So Nick and I were 50-50 partners. And then we had which is, I've answered 1,000 times, I had the trouble with Nick wanting me to take his son to Memphis. And I refused. And we got in a big row, and that led to the split.
At that time, were people getting kind of jealous of you because you're a young guy making all these moves? And you have all the old timers there and you're making maybe a little bit more money than them?
Not really. The business hadn't really exploded at that time. And so most of the people were appreciative that they could make a payday with me.
So there's no garbage going on?
No, I don't think so. They, I had the trouble with a guy by the name of Val Galento that jumped in the ring. And that's the one that, I was thankful that I was able to defend myself.
What are your memories of your first Scaffold match?
Oh, another movie.
Oh, that's Scaffold?
Yeah, I was watching a movie, and it was like during the Roman days, and the people in the movie were like Ben-Hur, and that Roman get up, and they had a big fight, and between the antagonist and the protagonist, and they fought out over on this tree that was over this gorge, and the camera would show way down in it, and so everybody's up on the edge of their seat at home watching it, and it's real high drama. And I thought, if we could have a wrestling match like that. Because this, in the movie, the guy that got knocked off died. We wasn't going to make the scaffold high enough to die, but
even the wrestlers, they teetered a little bit. You get a pop in the crowd.
oh yeah, and it was me against Don Green in the very first one.
Who took the bump in that?
Don.
Yeah, was it hard selling him on that or not?
No, not really. Don was a real pro.
So no problem taking it.
Yeah, and what the reasoning was, is that, it just didn't make sense to hype this up as the most dangerous match ever in professional wrestling, and then disappoint the people.
Right.
So.
Got crazy with it. How crazy was the party scene back then at this time?
Was the what?
The party scene.
It's like it always was. The girls were very attracted to the guys, and there wasn't the drugs that there is today, but everybody would have a few brews and
move on.
Yeah.
Just a different question. Do you think there's any possible way a territory could work today?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
If you were heading up, how do you think you'd have to try to do something like that?
Well, you'd have to simulate a series of very wealthy people, because it would take a lot of money.
Right.
And they would have to work in harmony under an umbrella, like the NWA did.
Right.
And then the group would have the resources to hire the top talent. And, everybody in this group would have to take a death vow to not get on cable television. And, and then I don't know if it'd work, because there is something in the psyche of a person that if Vince McMahon has done a remarkable job of making WWE such a brand that, when you order a cold drink, you say, I want a Coke.
Right.
Doesn't matter if they bring you a Pepsi, you just say, I want a Coke.
Right.
So, I guess that my answer would be probably not.
Yeah, it'd be tough.
Yeah, it would have to be a worldwide national company.
The only way you think a territory would work if Vince went under, pretty much, right?
No, if he went under, sure it'd work. But that's not going to happen.
Right. What are your early memories of Jackie Fargo, and what do you think made Jackie so successful?
Jackie was tremendously charismatic. He could just walk out to the ring and have a crowd of 10 or 11,000 in his hand. And he could start the match with a lot of comedy and on a dime just turn to where they were ready to ride. I mean, he knew he was a ring general, and he knew his trade, and he was full of charisma.
What are your early memories of Jerry Lawler around this period?
Jerry was a very talented kid, art-wise, and he drew some pictures and took one to Jackie, and Jackie told me about it, and I had Jerry come on and go out and have Lance Russell interview him. And then Jerry had been wrestling a little independent place over in Arkansas and Missouri. And, Jackie came to me and said, why don't you give this kid a try? So we did, and his only weakness was he had a nervous habit of grinning in the ring, no matter what the situation was. So we finally got him over that, and Jerry was just a natural. He very intelligent. He would do his homework. He'd read the joke books, and retain thousands of them so that he could go out on an interview and
Spiel them off.
spill them off.
Right. What are your early memories of Bill Dundee?
My friend Bobby Shane called me from Australia and told me about Barnes and Dundee. And so, I really admired and respected Bobby, so I said, sure, send him over. And Bill was the colorful one of George Barnes and Bill Dundee. And then George got homesick and went back home. Bill stayed and had charisma and a great work ethic, and we drew a lot of money. And the funny thing was, our business, Lawler and Dundee really genuinely didn't like each other. I think they were
What was
both...
it about? Just personalities?
Yeah, and I think they were both jealous of each other. So when they would wrestle, it would never sink and stink up the house in a shoot, but they would literally beat the hell out of each other in a working kind of way. I mean,
It's entertaining to watch them, right?
Huh?
It was entertaining to watch.
Oh yeah, and the fans said, "Oh, that's real," and it was.
Right. A lot of people give credit for Memphis as being the first hardcore area in the Memphis style. Do you think that's true? Then maybe
For the times, yeah.
you think it would be like where you trace hardcore roots back to?
Yes, all the other promoters would call me and raise hell and say, "You're killing the business." Jim Crockett Sr., even my friend Eddie Grant. Eddie was a lot nicer. He said, "I know you need to be cutting edge, Jerry, but ease up. The Tupelo concession brawl. We just tore up a concession stand down in Tupelo, Mississippi. I mean, it got really violent. The guys got into it, and everybody thought that went too far."
What are your memories of a young Hulk Hogan in your first meeting with him, maybe?
Louis Gillette called me and said, "I've got a bass player down here that wants to be a wrestler." And I said, "Big deal, Louis. Why don't you book him in your area?" And he said, "No, I think if you see this guy, I think you'll figure you can do something with him." And he said, "I think he's very special." So I said, "Send me a picture." So Louis sent me a picture, and I said, "Holy cow." Because Hogan was just the most incredible physical specimen I'd ever seen at the time. And so I had him come to my house, and it was like when you looked at him, everything fell into place. And I did the first video of him down in my rec room. We just stood him up and started at his feet and slow pan up. And when he got up, he was doing his thing. And we had Lance Russell do the voiceover. And the tag on the end of it was, "This is truly an incredible Hulk." And Thank goodness Marvel Comics didn't come.
Sue us. How tense was the promotional war with you and the Apophos?
Pretty intense. Pretty intense. Randy Savage ran into Bill Dundee at a gym, and Bill ended up getting his cheekbone broken. I mean, you know, Randy was a pretty tough guy. Randy we had a sellout at Rupp Arena in Lexington, and Randy and his whole crew showed up. And they didn't come in the ring, but, you know, they threatened and we were all ready for them. But anyway, it was that kind of thing that we feared violence.
How you guys today, if you saw like Randy or Lanny?
Oh, Randy and I are very close friends.
Sorry?
Yeah, because what happened is they might have made it, but they spent all of their television time promoting us by knocking us. Well, in the wrestling business, you know, the heel knocks the babyface and the babyface knocks the heel. That's just part of it.
Right.
So nobody realized that theirs was shoot knocking, as opposed to, you know, what happens in every program. But anyway, I learned to respect them because the tenacity of them trying. And, you know, I've done the same thing. Started my own. So when they folded, Randy was kind of surprised when I called him. And I said, you know, y'all have spent a year building up a match between you and Lola. Why don't we have it?
Right.
So we did. He drew a lot of money. And Randy is one of the few that came to me and said, I got a chance to go to WWF. What do you think I ought to do? And I said, hell, you ought to go.
Right.
And he said, well, I want to do what's right. How much notice do you need? I think he had a belt at the time. And I said, just long enough to book the match. And
Drop the belt.
Yeah.
Do you know why there's heat with him and Vince today? You see them bringing back all the legends with the Hall of Fame, and they seem to ignore their history.
Yeah, well,
there's a bunch of rumors that are out there about it. Do you know what the truth is?
One, I haven't talked to Randy about it.
Right.
But I've talked to him about a lot of other things. There's serious heat between Randy and Hogan.
Well, they seem to change every year, though. They seem to have heat every year. Something happens and they try to work together. They have heat and they try to work together.
Yeah. Well, have they in several years?
Oh, maybe it's the last time, maybe like 2003, they tried to do something, I think.
Yeah. But anyway, it goes back to Elizabeth leaving and going and staying with Terry's wife, and Hogan thinking, you know, they were interfering, and probably a little sprinkle of professional jealousy.
Right.
But that may be one of the factors.
But isn't Vince on the outs with Hogan today?
You know, I don't know. I mean,
but that's why they pulled Lawler off the show last year. They just got sued. They just settled about it. It was Lawler, first Hogan they were promoting last year for Corey Macklin in Tennessee, and Vince pulled Lawler off because he didn't want him working Hogan.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Since I sold my stock and got out of TNA,
right.
I really haven't followed wrestling. I know that sounds terrible, but I have dedicated all of my time to my construction business and my family. Right. So I haven't. It wasn't really deliberate. It's just that
moving on.
Well, I mean, you know, I just I got really, really burnt out on the wrestling business. And so, except for my little international distribution business, I don't follow any wrestling.
Right.
But anyway, back to the Vince deal. Vince had Randy move to New York and was going to have him help book. And Randy's style and forcefulness did not mesh with Vince's personality. So Vince really didn't have him come to the booking meetings but 2 or 3 times. And that was when I was up helping Vince. So I finally talked Vince into just, moving Randy back home. And Randy loved Vince prior to that, but he never felt right about him after that.
Right.
Randy thought that Vince had double-crossed him. And, I tried as best I could to say, Randy, if I go out and pick out 3 girls, pretty girls out of the audience, how many of them do you want to marry? None. I said, it isn't because they don't look cute. It's just that you don't sync with them. And you and Vince don't sync to work together.
Right.
I said, Vince is a very dominant personality. And in order to get along with him in the booking environment, you need to adapt to a passive personality. And you don't have that in you.
Moving on. How frustrating was it being part of the NWA? I guess before TNA. Your first dealing with them.
Oh, it wasn't frustrating at all.
It was easy?
Yeah, I mean, they were some great, great guys. And I enjoyed them. They helped me. When I first started my opposition to Nick Gulas, I wouldn't have been successful without their help.
Yeah, I'll have more questions about today's NWA later. Actually, there's 2 groups. I know you said you haven't been following stuff. There's the NWA today that's still around, and there's a fake AWA that's still around. I don't know if you heard about them.
No.
They do it's kind of what the NWA does. They have affiliates around. Do you think that today's NWA or any other group like that could work today?
Well, just a couple of weeks ago, Bob Tolbridge, who is the attorney for the NWA, and David Marquez had a match in Atlanta, and they had 4,000 people, and the crowd was unbelievable.
It was rumored that show was heavily papered too.
I don't know.
No.
But all I know, if it was, the fans reminded me of the fans of the 80s. I mean, they were passionate about it. They endured some Legends matches that were really lacking. But on the new talent that's out there, and I didn't know any of them, were absolutely crazy, the way they popped at every move. And the show went, what I think is way too long, and they were
still hot at the end.
Still hot at the end. So, I think that for whatever it's worth, all those millions of fans that WCW had when Vince took them over and they disappeared, I think they might still be out there.
You think you could get their interest sparked again?
Maybe.
Were you surprised when Vince eventually went national?
No.
You saw it coming?
Well, I mean, at what point surprised? I was, he's
gobbling up every territory.
Yeah, he started, and when Vince started making his moves, we had a Eddie Einhorn, the baseball man for the White Sox in Chicago, was going to organize the key NWA members to take on Vince. We had a meeting in Chicago. Vince called Eddie during that meeting and said, Eddie, you couldn't get the men that you've assembled in that room to agree on what kind of pizza to order. That's why I'm going to prevail, and you're just going to be frustrated in your loss. And as it turned out, I made the first 8 weeks of television in Memphis and Louisville. We ran in the Meadowlands and came within a couple of hundred people of selling it out. And that very night, Bill Watts bolted and Jim Crockett bolted. And the thing fell apart. And I said that night, on my way home, I think I was with Lola, I said, Vince is going to take over the whole country.
So you knew it was going to work?
Oh, yeah. Because the people he was fighting were all little czars and wouldn't cooperate. And Vince was working from a base in the Northeast where all the population was.
Right. Did you attempt to get cable at any point in this time or not?
Yeah, I had cable. And my friend Jim Barnett told me that I was hurting the other, the rest of the businesses, the other promotions. You can go back over your life and see 1,000 what ifs. The Von Erichs called me and they were bankrupt, and I took over Dallas, and we just got lucky and it started selling out quick, the Sportatorium. We were doing record-breaking business in the Tennessee territory. And Mike Shields, who was my cameraman, and I sent him up to help Vern Gagne get started with his videos and cameras. Mike called me and said, Vern wants to sell out. And I said, really? He said, yeah, why don't you talk to him? So I did, and Vern said, I want $4 million. So I went to my banker and got a cashier's check for $4 million. I look back at it now and they were crazier than I was going to underwrite this kind of venture. But anyway, I went and we went back and forth for several days about little bitty parts of it. He owned the building, and I finally agreed to stay in the wrestling building. His office, and pay him rent and stuff like that. And finally, where it fell apart is he said, well, you got to hire Greg. And I said, what for? And he said, well, to help you book. I said, I don't want a booker. I'm a booker. And he said, well, if you don't hire Greg, we don't have a deal. So after 3 or 4 days, it ended. Now, what ifs, if we had have had, at this point in time, if we'd have had the Texas syndication, we were on Channel 10, which was like a mini network.
Right.
We were had the 7 states around Tennessee and Gagne's territory. We would have had more TV than Vince had at the time. Wow. So, of course, Vern went under shortly after that. And so if Greg had wanted to do something else other than be the booker,
you've had a deal.
What would the landscape of wrestling be today?
Right.
So it's, all the what ifs. On the other hand, I'm assuming we could have been successful. I could have just sunk 3 territories. That's the other what if.
That's the flip. Yeah. So they all did try to get united at one point. Why do you think that Pro Wrestling USA just didn't work when they had that?
Which one was that?
That's when I think it was Vern was in that. I think Watts was in that.
Oh, that's the one I'm talking about in Chicago.
It's Chicago when you're talking
Yeah.
about? Okay, that's the name. Did you ever petition at the time for the NWA to give Lawler a title run?
Yes. We, yes, I did. And,
Why did it fail?
it failed because there were a lot of the members that wanted, that didn't feel like Lawler was tough enough. And
Oh, wow.
I know it's crazy in a business that's a work to say a guy wasn't tough enough. And I argued the point. I said, what does tough have to do with anything?
But the same token, I don't think Ric Flair gives a tough image either,
But see,
compared to Lawler,
Rick was, when was he champion? Crockett?
I think his first one was the end of the 70s, right? Or early 80s.
I don't know.
Yeah. Who do you, in your opinion, who was the most successful drawing NWA champion?
Well, if you're not talking about dollars, it's Lou Thesz.
Right.
Because Lou had the belt for ever. And when you get into dollars, it was probably, Dory?
Toy had it for a while. What are your memories about Bruiser Brody?
He was a tough guy, not easy to do business with. He might have come to Memphis 3 times.
What are your thoughts on, some people say the Memphis style was too cartoony sometimes and over gimmicked?
Different strokes for different folks. I mean,
Right.
We had a long, long run of sellouts.
So it works, basically.
It works.
You just mentioned Brody is kind of a little bit difficult to work with. Anybody else that you found difficult?
Back in the old days?
Yeah, or even today, anyone that was difficult to do business with.
Well, on, different degrees, I couldn't get along with a guy named Austin Idol.
Also not there.
Yeah, I just found him very difficult. And I assume you're talking about wrestling talent.
Wrestling talent or promoters or...
Well, I mean, my feelings about Vince Russo are legend. He's more than difficult.
Did you read his book at all?
Huh?
Did you read his book at all?
No.
I think you like.
Huh?
It's funny, he talks about all this crazy stuff, and then what a religious guy he is, and then the next paragraph he's talking about all this crazy stuff. Next paragraph all about God, and then it's all over. You mentioned, again, the guy you mentioned earlier. What's your relationship with Eddie Graham?
Oh Lord, Eddie and I just had a rapport with each other, even though there was tremendous age difference. And Eddie's business was bad for a while, and our business was selling out. So Eddie called me and needed some money. So I flew down and took him the money he needed. And his business got good, and he paid me back. One day he called me and said, I'd like for you to have an interest down here. So he sold it to me at a Walmart price. And I didn't feel comfortable the way they handled the promotion in the islands, and sold him my
Share back.
They didn't have what I thought was sufficient accounting procedures.
So you didn't know if you were getting your.
Oh no, I knew I was getting my share.
Oh,
I did
yeah.
that. I felt like we needed a record of it, and it was
You guys ever worry about like taxes back in like?
Well, I worried about it.
Yeah.
So anyway, but when I had my battle, I was promoting with for Jim Barnett, and Ann Gunkel was trying to run opposition, and Eddie really helped me then. Then I had my trouble with Nick Gulas, and Eddie really helped me again. And Eddie called me the night before he committed suicide.
Really? Yeah. What was that conversation like?
Well,
You didn't see it coming, right?
I knew he was very, very depressed.
Really?
Yeah. But look, he's down in Florida and I'm here.
Right.
Yeah, he had, Eddie overall, the one time he got a little short of cash, but Eddie overall was very successful. And he put all of his money in a commercial real estate deal, and it went south.
Wow. A lot of people call him the best booker ever. Do you agree with that?
Who?
A lot of people consider him one of the greatest bookers ever.
He was very good.
Yeah.
No, Vince McMahon is the greatest booker ever.
Right. Do you have any good Sputnik Monroe or Jimmy Valiant stories?
Yeah, I have. During, you'd ask about Randy Savage.
Right.
We're all sitting in the Memphis dressing room, and we're talking about them dedicating all of their interview time on their television show to knocking Lawler and Dundee. And somebody said, "Jerry, what could be behind this? You understand promotion." And I said, "Nope, I'm at a loss, fellas." I said, "I really don't know how stupid people think." And Sputnik jumped over and he said, "By God, I can tell you how they think." and of course, the dressing room broke up, and Sputnik didn't realize what he had said. And then we looked around and everybody laughed, and I said, "Okay, tell us, stupid." He said, "Well, you know what I mean." Jimmy Valiant, Nick Bockwinkel was a great, great wrestler, one of the best, and a real technician in the ring. So Jimmy Valiant's Boogie Woogie Man had, one time he had the best match of his life with a chair after the match was over. Yeah. He body slammed the chair, dropped the elbow on it, and the people in Memphis really popped. So that was Jimmy, that was just
out there.
He was just out there. But I thought, well, Nick Bockwinkel can guide anybody through a wrestling match.
Right.
And so we're in the dressing room, and Boogie said, "Boss, you've never been wrong, but you might have screwed up this time." I said, "How's that, Jimmy?" He said, "I can't wrestle." And I said, "Oh, Nick Bockwinkel can have a match with a broomstick." He said, "No, I can have a match with a broomstick." He said, "But I can't have a match with Nick Bockwinkel."
Right.
And it was the most torturous 20 minutes that I've ever spent in the wrestling business. It was horrible. I mean, it was really, really bad. And when he came back in the dressing room, he said, "I told you, boss. I can't wrestle."
They never booked that match again, right?
Oh, no.
How old was Jeff when he told you he wanted to get into the wrestling business?
Let's see. He graduated from high school at about 18. He went to Aquinas 19. 1920.
Did you encourage him, or did you want him not get into it?
Well, did I encourage him?
Like you said, your mother tried to get you beat up to leave.
Yeah. No, yes, the answer is I did encourage him. So that is not taken out of context. Jeff, me and his mother were divorced. It was, Jeff, she naturally won custody. Jeff, at about 14, came to live with me and Deborah. And I felt tremendous guilt over the divorce. And because I had been raised without a father, I knew that it was consequences and pain. So I tried to do everything I could to make up for it.
Right.
So if Jeff wanted to be a wrestler, then I'd do everything in my power
To help him accomplish his goal.
to help him accomplish. So, did I want him to be a wrestler? No. Did I encourage him? Yes. Does that make any sense?
You supported his wishes,
Yes.
basically, right? Did you ever think he'd become as successful as he did, or did you think it'd just be do it for a little bit, then go to someone else?
You never know with that guy.
Did you see him as world champion material that he became?
Yes and no. There's you never can go back unless you're there at the situation.
Right.
Is Hogan world championship material? Was Harley Race world championship material? My hero and the standard for world champion is Luthez. So, who measured up to Luthez? Dory Funk, Jack Briscoe. Who else?
Trying to think. Huh.
So you see what I'm saying? But Harley Race made a great champion. Terry Funk made a great champion. Because they don't fit this mold that I have from my childhood, it doesn't really mean anything.
Right. Especially with today's world champions too, I guess, right?
Well,
You try to compare those guys and Luthez.
I changed my underwear less than they changed the title.
Right.
Which, I don't think any of the fans can keep up with who's champion.
Yeah,
Can you?
It's too many. There's too many champion belts too.
Yeah. And I don't want to sound like an old timer, but I just, I believed in leaving the belt on him long enough for everybody to say, "Oh, he's the champion."
All right. What are your memories of Fritz Von Erich?
Brutally honest. I was sitting in Fritz's kitchen with Kevin and Kerry, and going to take over, their bankrupt business. And Fritz said, I want to tell you something, Jerry. You've worked hard for your money. I know the background you've come from. And he said, I'm going to tell you that I think you're making a horrible mistake. So I looked at his two sons and I thought, holy shit, what is this about?
Right.
And he said, they don't have the work ethic that you will require. And they're just apt to up and disappear on you. I'm glad to present them for you to feed because I'm not feeding them anymore.
Right.
And I thought, this is either the meanest bastard in the world or hates his kids or is brutally honest. I don't know what to think. So I said, well, thank you. You know, the boys, when we got in the car, because we went out there at the farm together, they didn't even mention it. They didn't talk about it. I mean, they didn't, it wasn't that it was silence and they, you know, like they were embarrassed. It was just like it didn't happen. And of course, everything Fritz told me happened. Everything.
Do you think Fritz made a mistake when he didn't go national when the Freebirds and the Von Erichs were so hot?
Fritz was from the old school, and where the NWA promoters respected everybody else. And, you know, what none of us could foresee was that somebody would do it.
Someone down the line.
Yeah, I mean, you know, quite honestly, the last person I thought would do it would be the WWF. I was friends with Vince Sr. and would see him every year at the alliance meetings and talk to him on the phone. I don't know, 3 or 4 times a year.
You said Vince, you didn't see doing it. Who would you think would have done it?
I didn't think anybody.
You didn't think anyone would have done it?
Yeah, so what I'm saying is when Vince Sr. took over, when Vince Jr. took over, well, I didn't see it coming.
Right. What made Lance Russell so good?
Lance had a good voice. He knew the product. He studied the product. And he and I sat down very, very early. And I told him, I said, my inclination is to make you a carnival barker. To hype our product, to hype our matches. But the minute you go to selling a card that you don't believe in, you'll lose your credibility. And I use Nick Gulas as an example. I said, Nick comes on TV and says, this is the greatest card we've ever signed for Nashville. And I said, nobody believes him because he says it every week. So I said, when it's good, when you're excited about it, tell them. If it's just a mediocre card, don't tell them. So what made, and Dave Brown too, what made them both is that they both maintained their integrity for the whole time.
So credibility is a big thing for announcers.
It is everything. The instant an announcer loses his credibility, he loses the audience.
What do you think about WWE like honoring guys like Jim Ross and Gordon Soley, but they kind of forget about Lance Russell?
Well, that's, Lance was in Memphis and never ventured out. Gordon was in Florida, when he came up to Atlanta and was on
TBS,
that gave him exposure.
Right.
And of course, Jim Ross in exposure is in a league of his own.
Right.
And Jim's really good.
Yeah, but yeah, and he politics for Gordon. I know they said for this year. I know. Can you talk more about working with Jerry Lawler? What is like your relationship with him today?
Well, I talk to him on occasion. You know, Jerry's, like all of us, has made some mistakes in his life. I got totally burnt out in the wrestling business. And I called Jerry and told him, you know, Jerry, I've lost the eye of the tiger. If you run across a buyer, I think we both ought to sell out. Or at least I want to sell out. So they found the buyer, and Jerry was less than forthright in the money for the sale.
Right.
Now, it's like if you and I are partners, and you tell me I'd like to sell out, and I call you and say we can sell our shoes for $5, and you go, hell, I'm glad to get $5 for them. I was going to throw them away.
While he's making a lot more.
And then you find out that you sold them for $1 million. You go, that don't seem right.
Yeah, that's kind of way off right there.
Yeah.
That's big. That's how big the difference was. It was that proportionate.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't just a couple bucks.
No, it was huge.
Wow.
But
do you think he thought you were stupid? Like,
no, I think he said Jared wants out, and I'm accommodating him because I didn't put any price on it. I said I want out.
Right.
And so it's like Jerry didn't do anything illegal.
Right.
Was it immoral? I don't know.
Ethics wasn't there, you think?
Yeah, maybe. But see, that's where I'm really conflicted, because if he had come to me and said, I'm going to give you $5 for your pair of shoes, and I got them sold for $1 million. Now we can keep the shoes and not do the deal.
Right.
I would have probably said, give me my $5 for my shoes. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you just wish you would ask you at least, give it courtesy.
Yes. After so many years and all that we've been through. But do I hold a grudge? No. I like Lola. He's a funny guy. I feel sorry for him in his personal life, all that he's gone through.
Yeah.
I still say he's the single most talented person I've ever worked with.
It's a big compliment. We talked about it earlier, but just to get into it more, how did the split with you and Nick officially come about?
Nick walked into my office and he said, George has run his course on the territory was two ends. We called one end the Memphis end. It ran on Monday night. And the other end was called the Birmingham end. It ran on Monday night. So Birmingham end ran 6 or 7 days a week, and the Memphis end ran 6 or 7. So he said, George has run his course. I want you to take him to Memphis and push him. And I said, I'm not going to do that.
Why do you think you would let George wrestle?
Because he wanted to. I mean, you know. Daddies do goofy things. But I said, I'm not going to do that. And he said, well, yes, you are. And I said, because I'm telling you, and this is my territory. I said, just half of it's yours.
So it's like the second territory. Well, this was actually the first, but later on with the Gagne, you're dealing with the father-son stuff, the nepotism in wrestling. Yeah. Have you ever been accused of that? You think?
Oh,
all the time.
Sure. Me and Jeff. by 90% of the people that talk to me about it.
Really?
Yeah. And I mean, you know, there isn't any denying it. If you think Donald Trump's kids aren't in the Lucky Sperm Club,
Paris Hilton, you got right.
yeah, I mean, can you imagine Paris Hilton? Nobody would take her to the prom if she wasn't named Paris Hilton.
Right.
And I, you know, Paris, I don't know if you happen to see this video, but you know what I'm saying. There are, you just, you know, sometimes you are fortunate to be born in the right circumstances.
Mm-hmm. I guess another quote, not nepotism question, but why do you think Brian Christopher never reached Lawler's length of popularity or success?
Well, it's just, you know, Lawler is an exceptional talent, and Brian is, you know, he's a good talent, but he's not in Lawler's level or class.
Do you ever feel lucky, like your son is probably one of the top 5 wrestler sons, you know, to wrestle? You got like the Flair son, is, you know, you have Watts' son, didn't do much, the Gagne. What do you think made Jeff stand out more than those sons?
He's got a tremendous work ethic. I mean, he really works hard.
And he never really relied on your name, would you say, or?
Well, sure he did.
That was.
I mean, you know, that's how he got into New York.
Was your name?
Well, wouldn't you think so?
I thought maybe it was just one of the top guys over there. That's why they were getting all top guys at that time. Because you went there in what, the mid '90s when USWA was doing all right.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, I was working for Vince, and I said, I think you ought to give Jeff a shot.
Right.
And he did, and Vince liked him.
I mean, he stayed there too. You know, he's not going to put on
Vince
TV that's not good.
No, Vince is good. I mean, Vince has an eye for talent,
Right.
like no other promoter. So if Vince booked Jeff, regardless of his name, it means he saw something in him.
Right.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that Jeff might have not become a wrestler if his last name wasn't Jarrett.
Okay, right.
And if he hadn't become a wrestler, he wouldn't have gone to New York.
Okay.
I mean,
No, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You're saying because your last name, that's why I got into it to begin with.
yeah, I mean,
Well, maybe it helped him get into it. You know.
yeah, I mean, you know, he, I don't know, it's complicated. You know, when you look back on your life, everything isn't really black or white. A lot of gray area.
Right. Was it hard to compete with Vince when he started using all the steroid guys?
I don't think so. I mean, that isn't what did it.
Just.
No, what did it was that the aura that of the big show from New York with the flashing lights and
The presentation more.
presentation. And here, except for Memphis, we ran at the Mid-South Coliseum, Louisville, we ran at Louisville Gardens, and Lexington Rupp Arena. The rest of our territory was in little, like Nashville, the Fairgrounds Arena held 1,800 people.
Right.
You know, and then they're seeing Raw every week with what looked like 100,000 people.
Right. The energy, you think, is different too from the crowd at these shows, or sometimes small crowds have a lot of energy too, right?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, naturally, if there is 1,000 people in a 10,000 seat arena, you're not going to get the energy, no matter how
great the show is. So.
Yeah, but
like I said, just moving on a little bit. Why did you guys send the Rock and Roll Express to Bill Watts?
Why did we?
Yeah.
I like Bill. Bill came up and, you know, we talked about his born again Christian ethic. And said that, you know, his business was terrible. So I said, let me come down and take a look. And so I went down and watched his matches, and I said, Bill, your talent is lethargic. They're big, they're cumbersome. It's impossible for a big man to have the energy level of a little guy. You know, they just can't do it.
Do you think they're missing a lot of flash and sizzle, pretty much?
Yeah, and I said, what you need to do is wake these people up. So how did I do it? I said, let me send you a booker, Bill Dundee. I've trained him. He knows everything we've done here. And let me send you a manager, Jim Cornette, Midnight Express, and the Rock and Roll Express, and I don't know who else.
Junkyard Dog, maybe?
Well, we had Sylvester Ritter. Maybe I did send him Sylvester at that time. I know at some point in time, Sylvester became Junkyard.
Right. That's the way he's mostly known too, right?
Yes.
How did you discover Paul Orndorff?
I was down with my buddy Eddie Graham watching TV, and Paul was a underneath guy at a TV show. And said, afterwards I asked Eddie, I said, this Orndorff fellow, he can go. He said, yeah, but he's a little blah. I said, well, hell, that's your fault, Eddie. You know, let me have him. He said, okay. So I asked Paul, I said, can you do 100 push-ups? Paul said, yeah, I guess. I said, I want the people to know what kind of really specimen you are. So we started Orndorff doing push-ups, and he did continuously throughout the whole show.
Huh.
And you know.
You just built him up like that.
Yeah.
How frustrated were you when Lola broke his leg in a football game, and what kind of changes did you have to make from that point?
I was angry.
Fuming?
Yeah, because I had told him, Jerry, we've built the whole business around you. And then you want to play this damn touch football because you didn't play football in high school. And you're trying to relive your childhood, and you're going to get hurt. Because I can tell you, touch football, when you tackle, is a lot rougher than football with pads on it.
There are no pads when you play touch football.
Yeah. And I said, you're going to get hurt. Well, sure enough, he did. And everything was built around him. So we, you know, I called a meeting in Louisville, and Lola got mad because I gave Jimmy Hart the line. I said, when you go out with Lance, say, ask him, what do you do if you got a Kentucky Derby entry and he breaks his leg? Lance goes, what does that have? I don't know. He said, you shoot him and get another horse. And I've got a new king. And out comes Paul Ellering with a crown and a cape. And
that's a good line. Who was someone, I mean, it could be from today or back then, who was someone that you were surprised that never got over?
Isn't that awful? I don't know.
Or how about, is there anyone that who you think should have got a big shot but never got the big push?
No, and here's why. Every promoter And this is what the fans don't really understand. Every promoter is looking for talent.
Mm-hmm.
Every promoter gives everybody on some level that they book a chance. Some of them might be in the opening match. Some of them may be in a dark match. But Vince would like for tomorrow 10 people to show up to replace the 10 he's got on top. Not all at once, but television is a great devourer of talent. I mean, it just eats it. So, your question is, who should have gotten a push? Everybody got a chance. And the promoter just pushes those that he thinks show him some little glimmer of being successful. And 9 times out of 10, the promoter's wrong. Because he's operating out of hope. Because there's only a few people that are going to become superstars.
Right. I think for the lack of superstars today. You think there's a lack of superstars today?
Oh, yeah. And the reason is the territory system's gone.
Right.
Close down college football and see how long you got great talent in the pro ranks.
Do you think that a lot of guys who became wrestlers are now going to MMA instead? W used to go after all the college wrestlers, but a lot of college wrestlers are now going to shoot fighting. Do you think that maybe they're losing like a talent pool with that?
Well, I think that I'm not sure a college wrestler is the best background for a sports entertainment wrestler.
Right.
The mindset is totally different. If you're going to be a pro, you have to stand up, put your chest out, walk with authority. If you're a great amateur, you want to stay crouched and be able to move like a cat.
Right.
See, and that follows through the whole thing. Now, are there exceptions? Yes.
Of course, right.
But overall, I think probably a gymnast, a ballet dancer, or a basketball player would be more suited to be a pro.
Well, just because of the way they are in their sports.
Yeah, they're more fluid.
Yeah. Gary Hart recently just went. Gary Hart called you a thief in the past. What was the fallout between you two?
That's the manager.
Yeah, the manager. He used to be in Fritz's.
Yeah, I didn't see a lot of, I didn't see a lot of talent in him.
Right. And he was the booker too for a while, Fred.
Well, yeah. And when somebody has been a success, like Gary was, he was a tremendous success. But I just didn't see him. He didn't fit into my soap opera.
You think it's more like different strokes, different folks kind of thing?
Sure. It wasn't anything that I think he was bad. He just didn't fit into my scheme of things. I like the Jimmy Hart and Jim Cornette type of manager. Because, number one, Gary was tall. Or taller.
I mean, the wrestlers look small.
Yeah. And see, I thought a manager's role was to enhance. And I thought Gary was too dominant in his role.
Right.
I'm the boss.
Did you ever explain that to him, or?
No, because I had some conversations and Gary had preconceived ideas about me. And, when a relationship is not jihawing, it just, there isn't any sense in building it to a confrontation.
Right. How did you wind up with the booking spot in Georgia, and what are your memories from booking over there?
Great memories. Jim Barnett, Lester and Ann Gunkel. Ray Gunkel was a partner with Lester. Ray died, and Ann and Lester were then partners, and they butted heads and had this conflict. Jim Barnett came to the NWA meeting and put out feelers that he was interested in coming back to the States.
We thought about him too at this time.
Who, Jim?
Yeah.
One of my dearest friends.
Good guy.
It was a great, great loss. Yes. Good guy. And so anyway, Lester said, I want to get away from her. I can't take it. Life's too short to be fighting every day. One of them would go in and change the locks on the door, and the next day he'd take those off and put new locks. Real, juvenile fighting.
Yes.
And so when Lester and Jim made the deal, Jim looked around at who was drawing, what was drawing. So he called me and he said, will you talk to me about coming to Australia? And I said, yeah. So he, I finally told him, thanks but no thanks. I'm not interested in that. And then he said, well, I like you and I like your wife. Would you come to Georgia? And I said, yeah. I said, it's a small territory, one state. I said, I can run it part-time till you can find a booker.
Mm-hmm.
So, then we settled on what I thought was an enormous fee, and he agreed to pay it.
Wow.
And so I went down, and one part of my success in Memphis was that as a kid, I had loved Don and Al Green. Thought they were the greatest bad guys in the world. And I thought the Fargos were the greatest good guys in the world. So Fargo was running a bar in Memphis, and Al Green was drunk on a bar stool in Nashville. So I made a deal with Al that if he'd quit drinking, I'd put him on top of Memphis. And I talked Fargo into coming back to work. And they're just two great talents. So when I went to Atlanta, I studied my history, and Tim Woods, Mr. Wrestling, was the most over guy that had ever been in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
So I called Tim, and he said, no, I've had it, I'm not interested. And so, I said, are you completely out of wrestling? Yep, I'm out, I'll never come back. So I said, okay, I'll make my own Mr. Wrestling. So I got Johnny Walker and made him Mr. Wrestling too. And then Tim sees how over he is after a few months and calls me and said, I believe I will come back. Yeah, I had a natural.
Well, it's great because you got 2 stars instead of 1.
Yeah, and I had a natural feud between the two.
Right. Whose idea was the empty arena match? And they actually did one in 2000, I think. Vince did it with Rock and Foley. And it was like one of the biggest ratings ever. They put it on during the halftime of the Super Bowl. And it got something like an 8-point-something rating. What are your thoughts on the empty arena match, and how come you don't think they do it more today?
Tell me, MT. What's that?
MTV.
Oh!
They had Rock and
Oh,
Foley.
yeah.
And they did a great rating. What are your thoughts on the empty arena match, and how come you don't think they do it anymore today?
What are my thoughts? It was a successful promotion. Why don't they do it today? I don't know. Either Vince price is too high, or MTV wants to go a different direction.
Well, I'm just saying they could put it on Raw. They could say this is what happened earlier today or something. Do you think if you were involved with it, would this be a match you'd support?
Not necessarily. I mean,
What's the the negatives of it and the positives?
well, you're asking me about something that I didn't think at the time was that big a deal.
Right.
You know, we started music videos in the business.
Right.
We had the very first ones. And then, you know, the different NWA promoters, Fritz had me send him a bunch of our videos, Vern Gagne, and Fritz did a heck of a job of coming up with his own. I don't know if you ever saw the Freebird, where the video of the Freebirds and the Von Erich.
The music video?
Yeah.
Yeah, the music video.
Yeah. So, you know, the MTV thing, it's like Vince having Liberace at Raw. Vince is always going to be cutting edge in his promotion.
Right. Did Flair and Mulligan try to buy a territory just to be in opposition with you?
I didn't know they tried.
Okay. Is it true that at the time Lola and Lance Russell thought about opening up a territory?
Yes.
Did we hear those rumors?
Yes.
Did you talk to them about it?
Yeah, I got to TV, and somebody came to me and said, "Oh no!" Lance came and said, "Jerry, this is my last week. Lola and I are going to try to form a wrestling company." And so I went to Lawler, and I said, "What's the deal?" And he said, "Well, when I came into business with you, when the war started, you promised to give me 10%, and you never have." And I said, "Boy, you're right. And there's no way for me at this point in time to tell you. There's just an oversight.
Uh-huh.
You know, I thought you were making plenty of money. But I said, you know, all I can do is try to make it up to you." I said, "I can tell you this, you and Lance together don't know how to run a wrestling company, so you'll fail. And once we sever the strings, it's severed." And so he changed his mind. When he changed his mind, of course, Lance changed his mind.
Did you ever give him back the 10%? Did give him the 10%?
Oh yeah, I
did.
did. Yeah.
So all was well then.
Yeah, yeah, and
Christ
that
converted, right?
that was my bad. I just, I'm sure that nobody that hears that, except for Jerry Lawler, knows that it's the truth, or would think it was the truth. If somebody told that to me, "Oh, I forgot," I'd say bullshit.
Yeah.
But
It's
Lawler,
also his responsibility to ask you about it again too, though, isn't it?
well, that's what I asked him. I said, "Why in the world didn't you come?" He said, "Because I was making more money than I ever dreamed of making." And I said, "Well, me too."
So,
You know, he said, "No." He said, "To tell you the truth, I didn't even think about it for a couple of years."
right.
I said, "I didn't either."
You think the situation would be a lot different if you guys weren't making money at the time?
If we were not,
Yeah.
no, then I don't think he'd have made any issue. You know, 100% of nothing is nothing.
Right. How did the whole Andy Kaufman deal come about?
Andy,
And just so on the side too, was he also difficult to work with? How was he working with?
no, he was fabulous to work with. Andy tried to get Vince to do something with him, Byrne to do something with him, 2 or 3 other territories. And he finally found us, and he said, "Jerry, I'd like to go to the matches and challenge any woman that's in the audience. I think I can beat them." And I said, "Andy, I've watched you on Taxi. I can tell you that you will get your brains beat out. I said, there's some Amazon women that come to the matches in this territory. And he said, well, will you give me a chance? And of course, he's just fabulous. Great interviews. And knew enough amateur wrestling that he beat all the women. One night he came real close to getting dusted, but
Did you have a backup plan in case you lost or anything? Or?
yeah, goodbye, Andy.
Oh, wow, okay. Did he always try to stay in character when he was around you, or you sort of real Andy?
No, he's like Jimmy Valiant. When he went through the curtain, he was in character. When he came back through the curtain, he was back to being just
Andy.
Andy was kind of a shy, introverted person, just like Jimmy.
Right. How did you get all the guys on the Dave Letterman show?
How did what?
How did you guys get everybody on the Dave Letterman show? For that thing?
Andy did.
Andy had all the pull for
that. Yeah. David got hot.
How accurate was? Did you see the movie Man on the Moon with Andy? And do you think it was accurate or?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Was Lawler's title run over Hennig too late for the business, you thought, or no?
Was his what?
His title run over Hennig. Lawler winning the AWA belt from Hennig.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think it was too late for the business and didn't help save it?
Probably.
You talked about it earlier. How did the sale of World Class come about?
Kerry called me and said, Jerry, we're going to close the doors. We're broke. And Dad won't give us any more money. We owe a lot of bills. And I said, how much? He said, I don't know. But he said, we owe the television station and they're kicked us off. And I said, well, you don't have anything to sell, Kerry. And he said, well, when you come out here and look at it, he said, we've got a lot of tradition going for us. So I went out there and spent 2 or 3 days looking through the books and adding up all the bills. And I went to Channel 10 and said, is there any way I can salvage this relationship? I went to Max Andrews, their syndicator, and said, Max told me he's going to file bankruptcy himself.
Wow.
I said, is there any way we can salvage this deal? He told me, I forget how much money he needed, but the total deal to save him was about $150,000.
Wow.
And that seems like nothing today.
Yeah.
But we salvaged it and brought the sportatorium back.
Do you think Eric Embry was a good booker?
Great.
It's back to Fritz. Did you regret the decision to buy Fritz's territory with $150,000 or not?
Did I what?
Did you regret the decision to buy Fritz's territory?
No.
It was for $150,000. You said you had a deal for $4 million you were going to do earlier.
That was for Vern Gagne.
Right, but I'm saying for $150,000 didn't seem like a lot of money for you maybe when you had the $4 million to buy another territory, right?
No, I mean I don't. Did you say did I?
Do you regret it now or?
No.
Right, well.
It was a great experience, and I made my investment back 10 times over in that year or so that we were there. I mean, and I also was able to start the monster truck racing that made us a lot of money out in Dallas.
You're all over the place. You're from Tennessee, and then you're in Georgia. You're in Texas. You're over here. Was it hard to travel back and forth? Even with you said you were a divorced father with Jeff at home. Was it tough traveling all over the place?
No, because I really, I did the deal in Atlanta in 72, 3, and 4. and Jeff didn't live with me then.
Hmm.
When I did the deal in Texas, I'd carry Jeff and he'd wrestle with me. I mean, you know, he'd wrestle with the company there. When I went to New York, Jeff went, you know, he went with me at the same time.
Is it tough just being away from your home base, though, and your house and everything?
Oh, yeah.
Wears on you think? Or?
Well, over time, yeah, that's how you suffer the burnout.
Right. Do you think Fritz was ever bitter over the sale, or he was just happy for you?
No, I think he was glad.
Just out of his hands, I would say. We talked about it, I guess let's ask about it. How did you wind up actually working for Vince McMahon?
Vince, all the big steroid scandal happened.
So was it going to the early 90s around? It was the early 90s steroid scandal? Because there's a couple of them.
Yeah. And Vince called me out of the clear blue one Sunday. And he knew that I was friends with his father. And, you know, I don't know if Vince set out on a huge program to get me to come or if it just evolved. I don't really know.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that he knew because his father had told him that I was honest and trustworthy. And we would talk for literally 3 and 4 hours every Sunday. And finally one day he said, I really need some help up here. We're in trouble. Will you come up and just sit and look?
Were you eager, or did you have like a laid back approach to working for him? Like he said, you come up.
Well, see, Pat Patterson had his problems, and
Right.
Vince had to let him go. And here's the steroid scandal, and you know, everything's falling in. And I had always, even though from a business thing I was fighting Vince, I had respect for the man. I mean, you know, he took the tiger by the tail and ran with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I went up. I never went through a euphoric, hey, I'm in New York.
Right.
No, I had a nice home in Hendersonville and enough money to go to the grocery store every week. So it wasn't that
You didn't need the job.
You
didn't need a job.
No.
Right.
And but I wanted to help him, and fortunately he won the trial.
Was it hard to have to answer to someone after being a boss for so long?
That was easy.
Was it easy? What was like a daily day for you with him?
Well, we would meet out at his house about 3 days a week, write the television, book the shows around his dining room table. I think he had always done it that way, and he's probably still doing it that way. And then the other couple of days I would work at the office and you know, trying to come up with cost-saving things, policies. Vince had me spend time with every department. You know, in the event, I guess, that if he had to go to jail, that I know everybody.
Wow, that was that serious.
Oh yeah, Jerry McDivitt told me. He said he'll have to do some time.
Wow.
So anyway, but I didn't like it. I liked Vince. I didn't like being away from home. I didn't like the, you know, in the South, the people are different. They really are. And my experience there in Stanford was that it started the premise of distrust. That was the starting point. And then you had to build trust. And I'm talking about with the doorman on the condo that I rented to the guy that sold me the donuts down the street in the morning.
It's funny because you're right. You're right.
I mean, you know, I don't mean to knock
No, I know what you're saying.
you people, but you know, I could adapt. I did adapt.
Right.
But you know, they're in Hendersonville, and now I live in Franklin. When I walk out in the morning to put my mail in the box, everybody that's out goes, "Hey, Jerry, how you doing?"
Right.
And when I walked to my car in Stanford, there'd be a big phlegm where somebody spit on my window. I said, "This is different."
It's a lot different.
Yeah.
Um,
But Vince would fly me home. He's the most generous, good-hearted person I've ever worked with. He would fly me home every weekend. He would ask if Jason, my son, won his wrestling meet or his football game. Have the limousine pick me up. Now here we were struggling as a company. And he treated me like I was royalty. And so, you know, you have to love somebody that's like that.
so you still have a great relationship with him today?
Well, I mean, what is great?
I would say you guys are
When I took,
amicable, right?
oh yeah, and I mean, you know, when I took Oleg Prudius up, you know, to meet him, Johnny Yates said, "Oh, Vince, you know, you can't leave without seeing Vince." Vince was just like he was back in the early '90s, you know.
Mm.
So, yeah, I had a good relationship. I have always have. I've interceded with Vince on a number of occasions with talent.
So it's
Hogan.
I was gonna say it's safe to say that a lot of the territory bookers from that time, they don't really get along with him that well, and even your son had a thing with Vince too, right? And you still get along with Vince, no problem.
Yeah. Vince won't ever use Jeff again, ever.
Yeah.
And that's one of the few that he won't.
Just because of the holdout with the China thing.
Yeah. But yes, I've talked to Vince during that period several times, and I said, "You know this against everything I stand for."
Mm-hmm.
So,
Because you've been on the other side. With wrestling.
yeah, I mean that's why
you can understand.
That's why to this day I don't like Austin Idol. He did it to me on a much smaller scale. That's a code breaker.
Right.
That's something you just don't do in this business. Because this business is based on trust. You can wipe your butt with Vince's contracts or TNA's or anybody's. Because if you want out, all you gotta do is have stinking matches. What am I gonna do? If I want you out, I just send you to hell today and purgatory tomorrow.
Right.
So I mean, you know, the business is based on trust between the talent and the promoter.
Right. I mean, I'm guessing you're gonna answer yes to this. You think Vince has helped the business more than he's hurt it?
No, I think he's hurt the
Do you
business.
think he's hurt it more than
Yeah.
he's ever helped it?
Well, yeah. Do I think that's wrong or bad? No. I mean, that's just life. I think that think Walmart, and Home Depot, and Lowe's have hurt everybody in that field.
The mom and pop stores.
Yeah. And so the other thing is you can add up, think about this, there were 22 NWA offices. In Memphis for 15 years, I had between 6,000 and 11,000 people every Monday night. For a long time, we sold Louisville out twice a week. When you add up the tickets that were sold during a week for those 22 offices and compare that to the number of tickets that are sold to WWE and TNA, is not even a comparison.
Wow.
Not even a comparison. I mean, how many house shows does Vince run a week?
House, not including Raw?
Not including his television.
3 or 4 maybe?
All right, what do they draw?
Yeah, I guess 2,000 is the smallest, 8,000 maybe the tops. And then
Alright.
the rare MSG show. Yeah.
All right, so that would be, let's say 2 at 2 and 2 at 8. That's 16, that's 20,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
We had 22 major towns running the NWA, and let's say they just drew 4, which they drew more than that. That's 88,000 people
Watching wrestling.
buying a ticket.
It's crazy.
Nobody ever thinks about that. Of course, I've outlived myself, so.
Would the NWA be able to keep up with the times today too, you would think?
Huh?
You think they would be able to keep up with the times?
Well, you just asked me if I wasn't too far out and ahead of myself in 1970.
Right.
Sure they would.
Definitely. What did you learn from Vince as a promoter booker, and did he learn anything from you?
Well, I'm sure he didn't learn anything from me, but the one thing that I learned is Vince had a saying: narrow focus the spotlight. Narrow focus the spotlight. And what he did that made him so phenomenally successful is he narrowed the spotlight on Hulk Hogan. And everybody else was supporting cast. And whoever was his star, there was never any question that they were the star. Now, I don't, like I said, and it's not because of any particular reason, my interests are just different today. But my guess is they open the spotlight up and cover a whole lot of people. Do they?
I'm trying to think who has the spotlight right now. I know Triple H has that one spotlight spot.
But you see what I mean? The fact that you have to think
right.
means they're not narrow focusing.
Right.
And I don't know, I would guess that Vince is not as involved as he used to be. Or I would know, even though I don't watch the show, who's his champion.
Right.
TNA, they don't even have a spotlight. They just use scoops. And
the whole show's a mess, I think.
Well, they just, it doesn't have to be. It's just that that's part of the frustration. I couldn't get anybody there to even sit down long enough to listen to what I thought was being done wrong.
Yeah, but you must have had a hardcover book full of things that are going wrong there.
Huh?
So you need a hardcover book.
Well, I mean, for Jeff and my grandchildren's sake, I hope they prosper. But Lord,
you still watch? You say you don't even watch them today?
No.
The last show they have, I mean, they have maybe 3 matches. They have 22 minutes worth of entrances and it's ins and outs.
Well,
it's
Yeah, I mean, but of course, see, when you have inexperience putting on the production, you've got to expect that. But the biggest problem they have is not narrow focusing the spotlight. They don't have a superstar.
Right.
And I don't think they ever have.
They're Vince's stars. That's
Well, yeah, I mean, and I don't mean anything about them, and I'm sure there's different reasons. But if you played for the New York Yankees and Steinbrenner let you go, there's some reason he let you go.
Right.
Right?
Yeah. You know, that's the potential there.
Well, I mean,
Done.
maybe you don't like their way they comb their hair, but there's some reason that he let you go.
Well, let him grow mustaches now, the Yankees.
Did they?
Yeah. See, Johnny Damon and Giambi have one now. He's loosened up on that.
But TNA could do a whole lot better if they would just do that one thing.
Just narrow the spot. Even first buy a spotlight, then.
Yeah. But you know what? Have you ever run a spot?
Nah.
See, I've had that advantage. I worked at a TV station when I was in college. And you've got literally a dial on it that you can narrow focus. And then you can open it up wide angle and it disperses it and lights up 3 or 4 people.
Right.
You can really open it and lights up the whole stage. But if you really want to get their attention, you turn it all the way down and you just lighten up their head and chest.
It makes it feel more important too when you watch.
Yeah.
Were you surprised when Jerry Lawler went to work for Vince?
No.
Did you know about it beforehand?
Oh, yeah. I pitched him to Vince.
Oh, okay.
And I said, this is the most talented guy that I've ever booked. And you will love him. Just bring him up and try him. And he did.
Were you surprised that they focused him more as an announcer than as a wrestler?
No.
You always thought he'd be an announcer?
No. But what I'm saying is, Vince...
I mean, because you had Lawler did a feud with Brett, but they could have done so much more on Lola as a wrestler, where he was never seen on national TV like the way he.
Yeah, but Vince, number one, needed a colored man more than he needed another wrestler.
Right.
And then Vince said, and I don't know if he was just complimenting me. He said, we don't have the advantage that you had. You put the spotlight on Jerry for 5 years in Memphis. And it paid off for you. I've already got the spotlight focused. Wasn't that he didn't like him.
He was already in a different direction.
Yeah.
How did you wind up working for WCW, and what did Vince think about that?
That is when I came home. And hadn't been home a week. Eric Bischoff called. So I understand you're not working for WWF anymore.
Why did you leave, first off?
Huh?
Why did you leave WWF?
Oh, just wanted to get home.
Just homesick?
Yeah.
No bullshit?
No, just wanted to get home. And Eric called and said, I'd sure like for you to come to work for me. And I said, I'm not interested. He said, why? I said, because the only reason I left New York is I want to be home. And he said, yeah, but we're a 40-minute plane ride, 3-hour drive. I said, no, I'm not interested. He said, well, will you come to work as a consultant? And I said, yeah. He said, why don't you come up here and talk to him and be sure you want me as a consultant. So Eric flew up and I picked him up at the airport and he came out the house and we shot the bull for a while, and he said, what'll it cost? And I told him, and he hired me. So then I called Vince, and I said, Vince.
You did the right thing.
Oh, yeah. I called Vince, and I said, Vince, I'm going to work for WCW as a consultant. And I know I've talked to you 100 times, you're not worried in the least about them. And, but I want to be sure and square it away with you. He said, well, hell, why don't you come back up here? And I said, because I don't have to go anywhere. They're just Eric Bischoff's exact words. I just want to be able to talk to you on the telephone. And he said, they're goofier than I thought. And he said, no, go ahead and take it. And Vince continued to pay me for a year.
Really?
Yeah. I guess I'm the only person in the world that ever got a check from WCW and one from WWE at the same time.
Wow.
And I finally, it got to hurting me. So instead of, I'd been calling Vince, so I called the accounting and I said, Jerry Jarrett doesn't work there anymore.
Oh, wow. I guess, yeah, you said that Vince said he's goofy. Was WCW as disorganized as they say?
Worse.
Worse. Can you give me like some examples?
Okay. Eric asked me to come down and sit at a booking meeting and see if I could give him any suggestions. So I go down, and at this time, Ric Flair is booking. So
Did you just, you had a good relationship with Flair or no?
well,
Seems like a no.
I guess it is a no.
Yeah.
And what happened was I booked a huge show in Memphis, 50 men. And we got about 3 weeks out, and the advance was terrible. So I stood to lose about $25,000 with this payroll that I had.
Wow.
And so I started cutting talent. And I kept Bockwinkel. And I cut Flair. And Rick never forgave me for it. He took it as a personal aside. And it wasn't at all. It was just that I used Nick, and Nick, the fans knew Nick, you know, on a local level. So anyway, that's the background for this next.
You show up to this meeting, there's Flair booking.
So Flair's booking, and I'm in the hall. Now, at WCW, the South Tower, up there where the wrestling office was, there's a hall, and Eric Bischoff is at the end of the hall, and the booking conference room is on the right before you get to Eric's office. So as I'm walking back to Eric's office, Rick opens the door and comes out of the booking room and looks at me like he'd seen a ghost.
Huh.
And he turns around, and you hear all this cursing and bam, wham. I finally figured out his chair's thrown against the door.
Wow.
And so I walk on.
He's still mad about something that happened like 20 years ago.
I
Still
guess.
hold on to.
So, well, no, I think what he was afraid of is that I had come to replace him. Because he don't know that I've said I'm not going anywhere. So I walk into Eric's office and I said, what in the hell's going on? He said, just have a seat over there. Let me go see what's the trouble. So Eric's gone 30 minutes, 45, an hour, and I go, what in the hell? And finally, here comes Eric back. I can still hear the cussing. Can't hear what they're saying, but you can hear the yelling.
You hear the F-bombs?
Huh?
You hear the F-bombs?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And Eric comes back and he says, I'm having a little inner office turmoil.
It's an understatement.
I've changed the plans. I don't want to have you witness any of this. I've got somebody here going to take you over and let you look at the school and talk to those boys over there and kind of familiarize you with our operation here. And so I went and looked at the school and looked at the school and looked at the school. I mean, how long can you look at a damn ring?
Yeah.
And so then I went to eat with White, Big Show.
Yeah.
And I think Terry Taylor. Yeah. Because Terry and I, he worked for me. So I said to Terry, I said, go back over there and just tell Eric to call me when he gets all of his stuff straightened out. So I went to my room there in the Omni, got up the next morning and drove back to Hendersonville. And Eric called me and said, I'm having trouble with Ric Flair. Just hold tight for a few days. I said, Eric, I'm not going to come back down there. But tell that goofy bastard that I don't want his job.
Right.
And Eric said, let me work it out. It's not just that. I don't know what it was. But anyway, that's the Flair and Jarrett story.
It's crazy.
But from my perspective, I don't.
What made you finally leave the business altogether? Like at this point, before TNA.
Before TNA?
Yeah, why did you leave WCW?
Just burned out, tired of it. You just can do this so long. It's very mentally taxing business. And the talent, while I have fond memories, can be so difficult. They all have these gigantic egos. I'm sure I have a big ego. And you have to have Roy Welch used to say you have to kind of be a hungry weight. You have to have the eye of the tiger.
Right.
And so that's the remarkable thing about Vince McMahon.
Still hungry after all these years.
Vince still loves it and is wealthy beyond wealthy.
When you left, I guess you didn't really miss it because you were burnt out. You were saying initially. Did you feel small that the business kind of went on without you?
No. No, I mean, that's... Why would you do that?
There were some people say they leave the business, and like you're saying, Mr. Wrestling left the business, and then he had to come back because he saw what was going on. Do you have any...
I don't. I just think that
the business went on without you.
I think it was exciting to me.
Right.
But I mean, the Eddie Graham was Florida. And the business went on.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the business has survived since civilization in one form or another.
Right.
And I think it will survive forever. Maybe in a different form. Like, I did an interview for somebody, I think it was a print interview. And they said, what is the next big thing in professional wrestling? And I said, it's already here. I said, what is it? I said, the mixed martial arts, UFC. What? That's not professional wrestling. I said, oh yeah, go back to the Carl Gotch days, and that's professional wrestling. And I said, it will evolve and evolve and evolve. And I said, right now it's growing, but they're going to reach a plateau, and they're going to have to say, let's do this to get it a little exciting. When I broke into the business, a drop kick was a finish.
Right. You watch some of those old NWA title matches, even like a body press was a finish or a sunset flip was a finish.
That's right.
You know?
The Thez press that he defended the title 1,000 times. Throw his opponent against the ropes and jump, straddle their chest, and go back 1, 2, 3.
And that was it.
Yeah, I mean, now they do I can't even call the moves. Triple reverse somersault. And they stack them up 5 high and suplex them across.
And they kick out too.
And don't even cover.
Right.
They just jump up.
Just on like the Thez real quick. You said Lou Thez was one of your heroes.
Yeah.
What do you think when you saw like Austin using it as like a transition move? Did he like think, oh, the business has changed so much when you see stuff like that?
Yeah, say that again.
Before the interview, you were saying when Lou Thez did the Thez press as a finish.
Yeah.
And he was one of your heroes.
Right.
What do you think when you saw like Austin doing the Thez press and just as like a transition move?
No, I mean
nothing. Or you just
I mean
you ever think how much it changed from when you were watching?
You can't patent it, and then Austin was trained at our wrestling school in Dallas by Chris Adams, and Chris was very much a traditionalist, so he taught him these moves.
Right. Why do you think Memphis folded after you sold it? How come you don't think it didn't last?
Nobody knew the business. Exactly what I told Lola and Lance years before.
Did you know when you sold it was going to be a failure?
Oh yeah. And now if they had, I knew that they would try to run it. If they'd have bought the business and then hired somebody that had booking experience and also knew the business end, because it takes both. It is a business, and so you have to have at least a basic business acumen to run a business. We could be talking about a popsicle stand. Same thing. You make a good popsicle, it tastes good, but if you don't know how to price it, how to market it, and where to set your wagon, you're going to go out of business.
Right. There was rumors you were very close to buying WCW. Was that true? And what was that whole situation?
Well, when they said they were going out of business, I called some investment bankers that I knew and said, it is probably the worst managed company of any kind in America.
And you knew it from working there too.
Oh yeah. And I said, well, you knew it from working there, knew it from the staff they had, knew it from the insanity of the talent. I mean, nobody even kept up with when the talent rolled over. So they must have had 24 people that got paid every week that the booker didn't know they worked for him.
I think Lanny Poffel told a story. They say he got paid for 3 years and didn't wrestle one match.
They didn't know that he worked there.
They got 3 years of pay.
Yeah, so, with this background, I called him and I said, I don't know what it'll take to buy it, but whatever it is, I can make your money back. And so anyway, they came up with they sent everything to John Corcoran, my lead investment banker friend, and John offered them $70 million, and they turned it down. Not only did they turn it down, they never responded.
Wow. And then Vince buy for like $5 million or something.
I don't know the figure.
Or something small.
Yeah.
Are you glad you didn't buy it in hindsight or no?
I don't know. I mean,
Business has been a lot different today.
I don't think that you can live your life like that. everything that's ever happened in my life, everything, the good, the bad, my heart attack, my open heart surgery, losing my eye, the problems with Jeff, everything that's ever happened in my life has turned out to be a blessing.
Right.
Some of them I don't know. I think they're a tragedy at the time, but they turn out to be a blessing. So
Everything happens for a reason. Is pretty much.
I believe that with all my heart. And so what might have been, woulda, shoulda, coulda, I don't know. At the time, I really wanted it because it was a great challenge.
Just to say you did get it, even though you don't believe in like all that. Just to say you did get it. What would have you done different? And what who do you fire right away? Who do you have hired? And who would have been your top program and top wrestler kind of deal? Like from like a booking aspect.
Yeah. Well, we had a big meeting down there, and I told them. I said, because the meeting was not for me to mind. They called me down to just ask, what would you do? And I said, I would release all of the talent, everybody here, and start back from scratch. And I'll have the meeting for you and say, we're giving all of you, we're releasing all of you, you're free to go to Vince. And now, I'm going to be interviewing in the building, in the room across the hall. So if you'd like to be interviewed, and I said, then I'll get rid of all these huge guarantees that are incentive killers.
But if they raise on a contract, you still have to pay it out, or Time Warner would have to pay that, right?
What?
Well, you're saying you're going to release everybody.
Well, what I'm saying to everybody is that we can't function with this. Now, the truth of the matter is that some of them that would have said, well, I've got a contract.
Yeah, the Goldberg, Nash, all those guys.
Yeah. And then what I would have said to them was, okay, I'll keep paying it. And then I would book the one that had the multi-million-dollar contract against Sky Low and say, it's a great idea. A midget beat you.
They want to go. You think they could actually do it though? Some of those guys had creative contract too, didn't they? Creative clauses.
Only Hogan.
Only Hogan had it.
Yeah. But at any rate, I mean, it wouldn't have come to that. If it had released them, they would have all said, all right, because the top ones would have figured they'd go to Vince and make more money.
Right.
All I'm saying is that's what took the company down. Not the money, but the lack of drive.
Just once they had the money, they were.
Yeah, I mean, I'm rich. Do I think that would have worked? Yeah, I think it would have. Would it? I don't know.
So who do you see being the top star if you had it?
Probably Hall and Nash.
All that. But isn't Nash kind of one of those guys who's lethargic and?
No, I don't know. You gotta realize that this guy's a giant with a bad knee, and so you have to book to his talents, not to what you want.
To say Hall and Nash, wouldn't they be too associated with the old era, where you're going to be the new era taken, or you don't buy into that?
No, I think that.
Because when they were trying to change it, you saw like they did that job to Hogan with the Vince Russo nonsense, and they're trying to push Booker and Scott. You'd have stayed with the guys you already had.
Well, I'd have done entirely different programs. I would have. I believe that just about every wrestler can play themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Do you work?
Yeah.
Okay. If you want to be successful, play you.
Right.
And then blow you to caricature size. But play you. Now, if you try to play Hogan, you look phony. If you try to play Scott Hall, you look phony. If you try to play Randy Savage, you look phony. But if you play you, And they had a lot of people trying to play different roles. And I would have scrapped all that.
Right. Just going back, what do you thought about the whole Hogan job at the Bash of the Beach with the Russo screwing him over, and then the Booker Jarrett match?
I thought it was stupid.
What would you done in that situation?
What do you mean?
Well, they had Hogan lay down for Jeff.
Yeah, I would have. It wouldn't have happened with me.
Do you think?
None of it would have happened.
Well, just like a quick thing on Russo, do you think he kind of killed the business with everything has to be a shoot, And
Oh, I just think he's a zero.
Right.
In every category. I mean, look at his track record. His success at, he tries to tell people that he turned the WWF around.
Right, but it's because Vince was a filter for some of his ideas too. Where when he was on his own, he wasn't successful.
Filter is a nice word. Vince is the man.
Mm-hmm.
Now, he may have turned it over to Stephanie. I can't talk about what it is now, but I know that during those years, Vince is the man. And he sits at his dining room table and he absorbs everything everybody says like a sponge. And then he squeezes the sponge and out comes what we do. And that was great for me because it took all the pressure off. I was glad to be a good soldier. So when I heard Russo say, I was the man, I'm thinking, this guy,
it's full bullshit.
He's full of smoke. Yeah. And then, there's a whole lot that people, it amazes me that people will listen to what somebody says and totally disregard what the history is. Here's the history. For whatever reason, Russo left WWE. Did he leave because Vince said, Russo, it's time to go? Or did Russo pick up the vibes that it's time to go? Whatever reason, this savior of the WWE goes to WCW and gets sent home. At WCW, mind you, they sent him home. Then they bring him back and proceed to close the business. Then he talks to Jeff, and Jeff talks me into letting him come to TNA. And then he goes, Vince is going to take me back. So he goes to New York.
For a week, right?
3 days. Now, the savior of the WWE got sent home in 3 days. And now he's at TNA, and what a spectacular job they're doing.
How do you think he stays around?
I don't know.
Just his track record, even as a fan, watch this.
I don't know.
It's crazy.
I do not know. I've pondered that 1,000 times. How does he have the hold over my son that he does?
How do you think because he was the first one to give him a world title, Jeff feels loyal to him on that?
Maybe.
I don't know if you were watching at the time. What do you think Vince blew that whole entire invasion angle when he bought WCW? And they just had 87 titles on TV, and they never had the big money matches, and they brought all the WCW jobbers to feud rather than the Hogans, the Goldbergs, and Ashes. It was during July 2001.
Now, you're saying when Vince bought him,
right?
Why did he do what he did?
Yeah, did you think he blew it?
No. Vince, oh yeah, he definitely blew it.
Yeah.
Because they lost all that audience.
It was like about 3 million fans were watching Nitro.
And they disappeared. But part of that was, and I mean, Vince is a person that's bigger than life. And but he is a human being. And not to Ted Turner. To Ted, this is just, another program I've got, like 100 movies.
Someone doing baseball in the off season.
Yeah, But to Vince, this was a life and death struggle. Because while Vince was wealthy at the time, he wasn't a billionaire. And here's Turner, 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 billion. And so, Vince was fighting for his life. So when he finally was able to buy WCW, it's like he said, I'm going to flush him down the toilet. And he did.
That's one of his biggest knocks. A lot of people say he can't appreciate people who are created elsewhere.
Oh, I don't know about that. He treated Jeff good.
Guys like Goldberg went to the wayside. Flair was there, but it was just because he was retiring. Maybe he got this whole, resurgence.
Well, but he found a place for Eric Bischoff.
It'd be kind of they made him look like a joke a lot too.
Well, I know, but Vince has a comedic. Like, it killed me that he made Terry Taylor the Red Rooster.
Right.
Do I think he just singled Terry out to kill his career? No.
He just that'd be a funny gimmick when he finds someone who could do it.
Yeah. He just,
We still have the big fat guy who dances around on. He has this comedy that he thinks is funny.
Yeah, Vince believes that he's in the entertainment business instead of the wrestling business.
Right. Does that pain you with someone who was in the wrestling for so long? That this guy's a top dog and doesn't even want to be considered the top wrestler?
No, what pains me is that a regret that I have in life, and I've been trying to figure out the blessing from it, was when the 12 NWA promoters that had a cumulative net worth at the time of probably $30 million were so small thinking that they couldn't pull together. And Vince kicked all of their butts combined.
And knew he was going to do it too.
And knew he was going to do it. Because he knew the Achilles heel.
The egos.
Egos. They wouldn't work together.
Right. What's your personal relationship with Eric Bischoff? Did you like him? Or?
Yeah, it's just,
A lot of people said he was like, he caved into the boys a lot. Did you believe that?
Well, I don't know if cave in is the right word. He, he recognized that the key to your success is the talent you have. And he did whatever he had to do to get all these top people to come from Vince to him. And, Terry Bollea, Scott Hall, Kevin Nash, Randy Savage. These are strong, strong personality people. And Eric tried to keep them happy.
Right. Which most bosses try to do is keep their employees happy.
Yeah.
On Hulk Hogan, just off the offshoot here, have you been following all the stuff with his family and the lawsuits and his kid?
I feel terrible for him.
Do you think
I like Terry.
You think it's his family hurting him? Because it's not Hogan doing anything; it's more of his family that's causing more stuff.
Yeah, but it's really, really hard to disassociate yourself from your own family.
Because it's all his money that he's earned that's going to the shit. That's nothing he even did.
Right.
And I think his wife is going out with a kid who's went to the same high school as her kids.
I just, like I say, I like Terry. I started him in the business. I think he's without question, the biggest box office the business has ever had. Dwayne Johnson might have equaled him if he'd stayed in wrestling. But he didn't, so. And I don't know, it may be years and years and years before there's another talent like him.
Right.
And he was not gifted as a wrestler.
But he had everything else.
But he had everything else. And he had what was important. He had charisma and the ability to make an interview.
Right. And he believed everything he did.
Yes.
Right. I was a Hulkamaniac growing up too. I just say on Linda too. Have you ever met Linda?
Oh yeah.
A lot of people, other wrestlers in interviews said she's a gold digger. Do you believe that, or?
I don't know, and they don't either.
Right.
You know, she's.
It's easy to say now. It looks like that way.
I really don't think so. I think her family's got more money than Hulk.
Right.
So I don't know why she'd have to be doing any digging.
Well, why not? And like they're fighting over houses and stuff. And over little stuff.
Yeah, but that's probably anger. That's why she took that kid out. You know, people fight back. I've been through a divorce. It makes you crazy.
And especially since it's so publicized, it's got to be killing Hogan right now.
Yeah.
Have you talked to him at all recently, or?
Not in a while.
Right. So it's 2002. Well, actually, I guess it's 2001. What made you finally decide to start TNA and maybe become like a national competitor? Or was that the goal? Was it the goal to be a competitor too?
No, it was just to start a wrestling company. Jeff had tried several different ventures.
He was at WWA or
some goof in
Australia or something.
Australia. Yeah.
Andrew McManus, I think.
Yes. And that didn't work out. And you know, the independent circuit was tough to make a living.
Right.
So Jeff came. Jeff and I went to deep sea fishing with Bob. Anyway, and
Bob Carter.
No. Isn't that awful? Be sure and edit this out and showing my senior moment. Bob Ryder.
Oh, the WCW guy. The
Yeah.
website guy.
Yeah. So he had a fishing boat down in New Orleans. So we went fishing with him. And that night we were sitting there, you know, talking. And Bob said to me, he said, we were lamenting the state of the wrestling business. So Bob says to me, why don't you get back in the wrestling business? I said, because I don't like the wrestling business. I've had my fill of it. And he said, well, he said, the wrestling business needs a traditionalist. And there is a tremendous fan base that you could answer to. And I said, well, I don't have 50 million, Bob. And he says, well, have you ever thought about just doing... Oh, no, he asked me what were the revenue streams in wrestling. And, of course, I named the pay-per-view. It was one of the revenue streams. He said, why don't you just have a pay-per-view company? And I said, oh, well, I'm going to do that right after I fly to Mars. And we went fishing, had a great time, and I went home. And Jeff then showed up at the house one evening with this plan to have a wrestling company. Pay-per-view based. So I thought he was nuts at first.
Because how do you sell a pay-per-view company with no TV? That was your biggest thing in your head?
That was my biggest sales job of my life. It was really, God was smiling. And so we got that, and it might have worked, except Jay Hassman, caused us to blow $1 million before we realized we were on the wrong track. And then that led to eventually the Carters.
Right. You mentioned them. How do you answer the critics who say Jeff just started TNA so he could have a place to wrestle since Vince would never take him back?
That is why he started.
That's the only reason he started, just for Jeff?
Well, I mean, I'm sure, he wanted to stay in the wrestling business. I was trying to talk him into coming into my construction business. And he said, no, I want to stay in the wrestling business.
What happened with him and Vince? There's just no way.
Huh?
There's just no way Vince would take him back because he held him up.
I don't think so.
But what's that whole story? Maybe.
But I mean, you're talking like that motivation is bad, or the way you're structuring.
What people say is like a nepotism thing. That's what the critics had at the time. That they're just starting just for Jeff, and they're not really worried about the wrestlers and competing against Vince. They're worried just about having a company for Jeff to be showcased in.
When we started it?
Yeah, that's like in the old newsletters at the time.
Well, I didn't feel that way. I don't think Jeff's the greatest talent to ever come down the pike.
Mm-hmm.
But when we started the company, he was by far the best talent we had.
The most name value too, you'd say.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, he was a former champion, and by this time he's got WWE and WCW experience. And if you study our roster, there wasn't anybody else close to it.
Nah. No former world champions, right?
No. Now, he wanted to, his original motivation was to stay in the wrestling business. And he either had the choice of McManus.
Was there any way for him to patch that relationship up, or is
what?
To go back to Vince? Was there any way to patch it
I don't
up?
think so.
Anyway?
No, not according to the way Vince talked to me.
Because Vince has brought in Bischoff, of all people, you think that anyone would be, able to come in there.
Yeah, the way Vince looks at it, though, and the way Jeff looks at it, it's two different ways. Jeff was afraid that Vince wouldn't pay him his pay-per-view money because they'd screwed around and let his contract run out.
Right.
So what Jeff thought was, they're going to let my contract run out, and they're going to can me, and then they won't pay me my pay-per-view money. This is what Jeff told me. So his rationale was, I'm going to get my pay-per-view money.
Up front.
And Vince is the traditionalist promoter view that, he blackmailed me. Then he's in a match that's been hyped, pay-per-view, that I can't change, can't replace it. So,
especially since that angle was so hot too at the time.
Yeah. And then, everybody has talents. Jeff was one of the few people that could pull that match off.
All right.
Put her over and have people believe it.
All right.
So, I don't think that is I don't think there's anything wrong with the fact that Jeff wanted to stay in the wrestling business. So he came up with a plan that I bought into. And
so you're saying it's better
partly out of guilt.
Right.
Because of going way back to the divorce. But, I made a decision that, I'm going to go with it.
Pretty much Jeff was, let's take it by the balls instead of waiting for someone else to come around and do it.
Yeah. And
right.
but then the part that really hurt me was that I found out, because I had told him, you know, this Vince Russo is a poison pill. And what I found out was that from the very day one, Jeff and Russo were talking on the phone.
You feel like I stabbed in the back.
Yeah.
How's your relationship with Jeff today? You guys still cool? Or
We don't talk.
you guys don't talk? Just because of Vince Russo?
No, that's Bob Carter came to Jeff and I, and he said, I can't lose any more money. Y'all find either somebody to buy me out or an investor. So I start turning over every leaf and rock and opening every door and trying to come up with somebody. And there's a guy in Tampa named Bill Edwards that Jeff and I met with. Randy Savage is the one who made the introduction for us. And we met, and Bill offered to buy the Carters out. And Bob Carter, he flew to Nashville, and Bob Carter treated him like terrible. And I told Bob at a meeting the next day, I said, Bob, I wish you'd level with me, because I feel like that you thought, well, I've invested in nothing, I'm throwing my money away. And then along comes a guy that wants to buy your position, and you're saying, oh no, I don't believe I do want to sell. It's probably worth something, or he wouldn't want to buy my position.
Right.
And Bob said, no, I don't like him. And I said, well, that's even worse. I said, I used to raise Red Angus cattle, and I had 2 world champion bulls. And I said, those 2 big goofy bulls would stand in the same pasture and paw the ground and snort. And both of them were too fat to fight. I said, do you want us to find an investor or don't you? He said, no, I'd like for somebody to come in and help us. So I continued looking, and I found a Russian, lives in Brighton Beach, and he's very, very wealthy. And one of his friends, his name's Andy Kaufman, one of his friends is Richard Dalgamos, who's got about as much money as Fort Knox. And they were very, very interested in coming into the wrestling business. So about that time, they asked me, they said that we've got a Russian kid that's a champion. That's Oleg Prutius. And he's a real specimen. And he wants to be a professional wrestler. So I said, that's easy. I'll train him personally. So I called Jeff and I said, Jeff, we need to take this Oleg Prutius and let me start training him and pay him enough to eat on while he's doing it, and we'll keep the Russians happy. And Jeff said, well, let me check on it. And he called back and he said,
when he said, let me check on it, what are you thinking? Who did you have to check on it with?
I'm not thinking. I guess he's thinking, I don't know. Dixie Carter, maybe?
No.
I don't know. I just said, okay. And I figured he'd call back and say, okay, well, we got it worked out. But he called back and said, we don't have the money in the budget to pay somebody that can't produce in the ring right now. And I said, well, hell, Jeff, are you happy with the Carters? Do you think they'll keep funding you? I can eat. You got to be in the wrestling business. And Bob Carter, every time we have a meeting, threatens to pull the plug. And Jeff said, all I can do is wait. And I said, well, I want to keep these guys happy because they're our backup. If Bob really wants to get out, they'll step in. And so I hung up the phone and I thought, oh, shit, I got to get this guy booked. So I called Jeff back and I said, do you have any objection to me booking him, getting Vince to book him? And Jeff laughed. He said, yeah, if you can, go ahead. I'm sure in retrospect that Jeff had either forgotten or had never sunk in the relationship I had with Vince. Because he laughed and said, sure. But you know how a laugh is sure
Sarcastic laugh?
You're smoking wacky weed. But anyway, I picked up the phone and I called Vince and I told him about the guy and he said, well, do you recommend him? I said, he can't wrestle, but we can train him. I recommend him because of his look. He's got 2% body fat and he's 6'7" and 340 pounds and he's a real champion. And I know I can train him. And Vince said, bring him up here and I'll put him on a developmental contract. So then I called Andy Kaufman and I said, I got him with WWE. So of course they're real happy. So Deborah and I go to New York and Lenny, you know where Brighton Beach is?
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With a big Russian community.
Yeah, Russian and Jews over there. Big
Yeah.
Russians, a lot of Jews.
Well, he's both. He's Russian.
We're still Jews, yeah.
So anyway, he lives over there on the beach and there's a fabulous Russian restaurant.
It's all good over there, too.
Huh?
It's all good over there.
Yeah. And it's like they put on this feast and, you know, it was a great evening. And Lenny then has his driver drive Deborah and I back to Manhattan. And he said, I'm going to have Oleg come by the hotel if you need to meet him in person. So I said, fine. So he came and I saw that he could, you know, speak a little bit, or more than a little bit. He could speak even though it was broken English. And then he looked even better than his pictures. I called Laurinaitis, Johnny Ace, and I said, Johnny, this guy is the real deal. I said, not since Hogan have I seen somebody as physically impressive. And he said, well, send him over. I said, I will. Deborah and I are up here over in Manhattan. I'll get him and send him over. He said, okay. Vince then called back and said, you're in Manhattan and not going to come to see me. I said, okay. He said, come with him. I'd like to see you, just for old time's sake.
Mm-hmm.
So I go over. Well, of course, it ends up on the internet.
They posted on their site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And,
so you get kind of worked one on you there?
No.
Oh, no, you knew it was going to go on the internet?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Vince asked me. He said, this will get us a bunch of hits. You mind if taking a picture? like in the story that the big bad competition comes to WWE.
Did he think he was kicking a ball at Jeff and all them there too?
No, I don't think so.
Don't
I
think
mean, maybe.
Do you think he thought that? Not you, though. I'm saying you think he thought TNA...
I don't think he thought it would make a ripple in the real world. I mean, what could it hurt?
That's just like a ha-ha, I guess, you know?
Well, I don't know. I mean, TNA at the time was fighting to get any bit of press or notice they could.
Mm-hmm.
And here I've made one trip and got the buzz of the internet. Well, Bob Carter, being a mark, goes nuts. And I said, this is my way out. And it was. My doctor had told me before, I had the open heart surgery and the defibrillator, been rushed back near death to the hospital 3 times. And my doctor said, you got a choice. You can either stay under the stress you're under and die, or get out from under the stress and may live to be a ripe old man. So every time I would talk to Jeff about getting completely out, Jeff would play the guilt card and say, you left me to this crazy woman when I was 3, and now you're deserting me again.
Wow.
So naturally, when he'd say that, I'd go.
You want to get under your skin and play the guilt trip card, I guess.
Yeah. So when I got back from New York, I knew Bob Carter was going to go nuts. But Jeff called and said, why would you do that? And I'm holding them saying, holy shit. The Carters are sitting around on the other phone listening. And I said,
had you got 3-way without you knowing?
well, I didn't know, but that's what I thought.
Yeah.
And so I can't say, well, hell, Jeff, you knew I was going. You told me to go. I just said, well, I didn't think it hurt anything. And Jeff said, you are an effing genius. You knew exactly what this would do. And I said, well, thanks for the compliment. But I must be a little bit stupid if it's rubbed all y'all the wrong way. And he says, Dad, you and I need some a rest from each other. We need some distance. And I said, are you talking about business or personal? And he said, both.
Wow.
That's the last I talked to him.
That's the saddest thing when you hear people in wrestling let the business affect their personal relationships. That's a sad story.
But remember, I said everything.
What?
Let me switch to real quick.
What are your thoughts on the Iron Sheik?
I just had an opportunity to see Viseri in Atlanta. He was at that NWA show. They inducted him into the Hall of Fame. And everybody had told me that he was nutty as a fruitcake.
And you said you've never seen any of his shoots, or
The
reason everyone says he's crazy is because all the stuff he has on the internet today. And you haven't seen nothing of it.
No.
Yeah.
But anyway, they said he's nuts. And I go, well, I'd like to see him anyway. Because, see, Viseri worked for me in Memphis. But then when I went, I carried him to Atlanta with me as my policeman because he's a tough son of a gun. And so he comes out. And bless his heart, he's crippled, or, real stoved up. And he comes running down and hugs me, not running, shuffling down, hugs me. And I tell the story to everybody that's sitting around that Allie, when he first came to work for me, he said, I hear you live in a house like a palace, bigger than a hotel. I said, no, it's not that big. He said, please, let me see. I tell everybody back at home that I work for a rich American that lives in a palace. I said, whoa, Allie, come on. Because I was giving him a ride. I
Right.
said, you can go home, and I liked him. I probably had in my whole career in the business 5 people to spend the night with. Allie's one of them. And so Allie comes in, and I'm showing him, go up these steps in the first room on the right, so guest room you can stay in. Yeah. Oh, I want to see this magnificent. So he goes wandering through the house. Oh, this is fabulous. Oh, this is fabulous. So he said, what's back there? I said, oh, that's my bedroom. Oh, I must see. So he opens the door, and Deborah raises up, pulls the thing up, and you know, I'm behind him. And he says, oh, Miss Jarrett, you have a beautiful bedroom. Oh, that was Allie. He was a great guy.
But Evan, no one has like any bad words to say about him. Yeah, Scotty, going back to the sad stuff here. You talked about your last conversation with Jeff. Even with his wife's passing and, you know, Father's Day holiday, nothing? No contact?
No.
So you didn't get to see a grandkid?
Well, what he said was, you know, I think we need some space. And I said, are you talking business or personal? And he said, both. And so I said, okay. You know, whatever it is, it is. Then after this happened, what I found out is that Jennifer and Jason, my other 2 children, had always felt like they were second and third fiddle on the totem pole.
Because Jeff's success?
Well, because I was trying to make up for Jeff for the divorce.
Just so we understand, how old is the other 2 kids compared to Jeff?
You know, I'm terrible with ages, but
Are they older than Jeff?
no.
Oh, they're younger.
I was married to Jeff's mother.
Oh, Jeff is with a different woman, and
Yeah.
Deborah is with the 2 other kids you had.
Deborah and I have been married 36 years, and we have 2 children, Jennifer and Jason. So
Okay, so this makes
Jeff came to live with us when he was 14, and Jennifer was probably 8,
Okay.
and Jason was probably 4.
So Jeff's their stepbrother is with.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
And I didn't realize all the growing up that they felt slighted. You know.
Because they felt you had to work more for Jeff.
Then I catered to Jeff. You know, and I screwed up. But you know, I wouldn't make Jeff do chores, and I made Jennifer and Jason do chores.
They felt you coddled him, I guess.
Coddling, yeah. So, and then, you know, when this happened, of course, they opened up to me and I got closer to them. And then after that happened, I realized that I really had been distant to both of them. And so, while it's been terrible on one hand, there's been some redeeming qualities to the situation.
And you said Jason and Jennifer, their names. Are you closer now with them today?
Oh, much closer. And that's what I'm saying. Now that I am close to them, I realize that I was so busy trying to make it up to Jeff.
Can they understand that now?
Oh, yeah.
That's a great that worked out there.
So it's good.
Yeah.
It happened. And, you know, we didn't get to see the grandchildren for 2 years.
So does Jeff talk to them or no?
What?
Will Jeff talk to Jason and Jennifer? Or
No.
So he's cut that whole side.
And Jeff doesn't talk to his mother, his father, his brothers, or his sister.
So what happens when his wife passes away last year? Do you guys try to reach out to him?
My wife went.
Right.
Because my wife is so close to their oldest child, Jocelyn. And so after Jill died, Jeff lets Jocelyn and the girls come visit. Now.
You think you think you guys are gonna become close again, or
I doubt it.
you don't think time heals all wounds, or
Well, it's not really a wound.
it's just business? It's the way from what you're telling us, from we're getting your version here. It seems like he let the wrestling business consume him.
Yeah.
Eventually, I think you know he'll move on. You don't think so, or you think it might be too late?
I don't know.
Would you take him back?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
So many. I mean,
really,
I'm putting you on the spot right now, I guess.
No, I really don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, how can you say how you feel under? That's like the guy that says, "Boy, if I caught my wife screwing around, I'd blow that guy's brains out."
Yeah.
And the truth of it is that if something like that happens, he don't know if he blew his brains out. He might shoot his wife, or he might throw up his hands and say, "You two deserve each other." I mean, you don't know until that time comes.
You can't answer the question, I guess.
No.
Right. As a guy who's been a promoter and a booker, can Jeff Jarrett still draw money today? Obviously, you'll have the one-shot angle. If he ever comes back, you have the natural return angle. But do you think he could draw money as a top guy?
I don't know. It depends on who's booking him.
Say Vince Russo's he's there now.
Well, no, he won't draw. He'll fall on his ass.
Why do you say that?
Because Vince doesn't know how to present anybody.
Vince will try, though. Do you think Vince will try at least?
I don't know. Vince told me that he saw Jeff as a second-rate talent.
Like mid-card level. Just going back to the early TNA, how hard was it to get it off the ground once you started having the pay-per-view deals? And
Very hard. Did you read my journal?
I didn't get a chance to read the book yet.
Yeah. Well, it's the worst struggle I've ever had in my life. Emotionally and personally with Jeff, to being double-crossed by Jay Hossman, to having trouble with talent, to keeping In Demand happy, to being short of money the whole time. And then it just became a living hell when I had to deal with the Carters.
I'm gonna read the book. Do you want to plug your book right here?
No.
No plugs. Do you have any conversations with Vince when you're getting TNA off the ground?
Yeah, I talked to him a couple of times.
Was it a bit positive, or just to tell you you're gonna fail?
No, I talked to him once with the Jay Hossman thing. And he just called to say, "I did not know that Jay Hossman was representing you and working for the company that handles our pay-per-view."
Right. I have this question later, so I'll just ask it now. What was the exact Jay Hossman story, just so people understand?
He was our representative. Another throwback to the failed WCW crew. You know, see, Jeff, that was the last place he was. So, you know, people take on the aura of their environment. And WCW was a colossal failure. Well, and all those people come to TNA.
That's what I was going to ask you too. Is, I mean, not just another Jeff question, but you see TNA, it just looks like a thunder, where you have Borash, who was a WCW failure, Russo. Jarrett was on top of that failure, which is why people say maybe they should have went for a different, clean face that they've never seen before.
Well, you know, naturally, I don't want to include Jeff in that. He's my son. But yes, I talked to Jeff about bringing into our company all of the failed staff at WCW.
Right.
And that I thought that was a terrible mistake. Now, so that you can really...
This is not just to bash Jeff, I'm just saying it's a business way.
But so you can really understand this. I had endured the Nick Gulas, George Gulas, the burned Greg Gagne.
Right.
You know, all these
Von Erichs.
Yeah, all these second generation sons. So with my sons, what I wanted to do is say, I can't help it because your last name's Jerry. And with me being your father, if you want to go into the business that I'm in, all I can do is help you do that. I can't guarantee it, but I can help you get a shot. And then once I do that, what I had done is I've watched Vern treat Greg like a stepchild, a bad stepchild.
You told that Von Erich story before.
Von Erichs, you know. And so what I knew was if you're going to help your children, what you do is you throw them out in the water while you're still able to stand on the shore. And if they go under the second time, you can dive in and save them. So with Jeff, we started the company. And then what good does it do me to tell him how to do everything and then me croak? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So a lot of people have said, why did you let him hire all those WCW favors? Well,
Guess he learned from his own mistakes too.
then, I mean, you know, if we're in business together. Now,
how come you don't think Jeff saw it? He's hiring all failures. How come he didn't pick up? You know, shouldn't he know that from the get-go?
I don't know.
I'm sitting from the sidelines, not being involved in any of these companies.
I don't know.
Fans, could see that.
I mean, you're asking me stuff I don't know.
The
But here's what I can tell you. My youngest son, Jason, who wanted to go in the construction business, I did the exact same thing to him.
he learned all the construction mistakes.
And yeah, I mean, he's carried the company to the levels I'd never dreamed of. I mean, he's. But Jason is a little bit better student. Jason will come to me and say, what do you think about this? And I'll say, I wouldn't do that. The company's too big. If you don't get into a peeing contest with a fire plug, fire hydrant, they're going to spray you down.
Right.
And, well, don't you hate to pass up the contract? Well, you can take it if you want to. But I've had my butt kicked by British Petroleum. And they do what they want to do. They're the biggest bear in the forest.
Mm-hmm.
So, see what I mean? There's a difference in taking advice that's had the aging process to it and theoretically becomes wisdom.
Right.
And saying, well, that's my old man. Your day's come and gone. You're living.
I respect the elders, I guess. Right?
Well,
You've lived it. You've seen it. Right.
Yeah.
I guess like on the side here, all the families in wrestling, it seems there's like a problem. You're saying your problems with Jeff. The Harts had tragedy. The Von Erichs had tragedy. Well, how come you think the Wild Samoans were able to last with no? There's never been any problems with the Samoans. You never hear any, whether it be criminal charges, deaths. They all respect Alpha. There's no problems. How come you think the Samoans were able to keep their family intact and not let the business affect them?
It may be a cultural thing. I've thought about that. They in this country, unfortunately, age is not respected.
No. Look at McCain running for president. That's all the knocks on one knocks major knock.
Yeah. And corporations give the people with the most experience with their company incentives to quit at 50.
Right.
And the Japanese, who kick our butts in most businesses that we go, are exactly opposite. They hold the old people in reverence.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Roy Welch, Eddie Graham, and maybe it's because I didn't have a father. Maybe if I'd had a father, I would have felt different. But I listened to everything they said and didn't question
it. Just going back to the TNA over here. When you started contacting guys, were you surprised as to how much things had changed when you came to booking people? Or was it just still another day?
Oh, yeah.
It was another day at the office, is my point.
Yeah. And I failed at that.
Why do you say you failed?
Well, the guys today,
Can you give us examples? Like who are you talking about?
Yeah, well, imagine the mid-'80s, early '90s, and all the time before that. There were terms like ring general. I don't even know if they use that term today.
And Triple H is the one who calls himself that today.
Yeah. Well, it was not a name, it was a position. And the ring general would go to the ring, and the promoter would give them a finish, and it would be up, down. That's all. And the ring general would lead the match and listen to the people and time the comebacks and time the heat based on the crowd. And when I went to TNA, when we got TNA going, I walked into the arena at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and here are guys rehearsing their matches.
It goes on everywhere now, right?
Oh, yeah. And I'm going, I walk over to Jeff, I said, what are they doing? He said, oh, they're rehearsing their match. And I said, how do you do that? What if the people don't respond? Oh, they keep doing it anyway. So then I start watching the matches, and they'll do 3 goofy high spots, and the people just sit there. And darn if they don't do number 4. Where, in other words, there's no ad-lib, no creativeness to the matches.
That's why you see it fuck up, the whole match goes to shit.
That's right. Oh, I forgot. Where am I?
Yeah.
And, but I guess it's all they can do now, because all of the people that knew how to orchestrate a crowd's emotion are all old and dead. And
the people in charge are like the blind leading the blind kind of deal.
Yeah. I mean, and I know this sounds like that I'm a...
No, because I'm young, and I definitely agree with what you're saying right now.
Yeah, and I don't mean it to be that way. If, you know, if there were... If the system did not tell you it was a failure, I wouldn't say that. I'd say, boys, it's a great way they're doing it, this rehearsing. But if you don't work for Vince McMahon, how much money can you make in this business?
Just you want, I guess, right?
Huh?
If you're a wrestler,
yeah,
it's as much as you can, right?
But what I'm saying is, can you make a living even?
If you work for Vince, yeah.
If you don't,
if you don't work for Vince, it's gonna be really tough. Unless you're an old guy who could live off your name, who work, you know. Now, today, no. If you don't have any Vince exposure, you're not gonna make money in the long run. I mean, I guess who they have? Samoa Joe might be the only one doing it.
I mean, how many non-WWE people make $100,000 a year?
Probably 0.
Okay.
0.
In 1985, every territory had at least 5 that made over 100,000.
Right.
That's 22. Now that's 1985. You know how much 100,000 is In 1985, if you had it today.
$500,000 maybe.
Yeah. So that's the reason it just baffles me that. And I watch these high spots, and these guys really put their life on the line. You know, when they jump off standing up on the top rope and do a flip down to the floor, if that guy don't break his fall, he breaks his neck. And then damn if they don't jump up and start doing something else. And
Well, that's why it looks so fake.
yeah, that's why, you know, you just told me that more people are interested in these behind-the-scenes interviews than are in the matches.
I was saying no one's gonna buy an art video shoot in 15 years because no one's gonna care about these guys the way they cared about the guys from the yesteryear because they believed in the guys and their credibility. We don't believe in any of these guys today, and a lot of these guys don't even look like wrestlers, which is the other thing. You know, especially guys that play on TV.
Well, I don't, you know, I certainly hope that I don't come across as because I used to make fun of the old timers. You know, that were bitching about me having the matches too wild. And what I would tell them is, yeah, but Danny, these guys are making $1,000 for this match, and you never made $1,000 for a week in your life. How do you knock them? And what I'm saying is, unless you work for one company, you make less than we made in 1970. I couldn't
That's the
believe
point that's gonna be brought up to more people.
I couldn't believe it down there in Atlanta. I'm talking to them and I'm saying, damn, what does it cost to put on a card like this? And they told me, and I wouldn't know. They said, well, some of the people just come down and work for nothing. I said, when you say come down, they said, oh yeah, these guys came from, as a matter of fact, New Jersey.
Oh, you're talking about the show you did in Atlanta? I think what you said. Yeah.
There's a little place in Millersville.
That place. I know the Jersey guys you're talking about. Yeah.
There's a little place in Millersville called Saul.
Yeah. SAW. Yeah. They said.
Yeah. And half of his
Soul
card.
Asylum Wrestling. That's what it is, right?
No, it's
There's a couple of songs.
Showtime.
A Showtime All Star Wrestling.
Showtime also. That's it. Anyway, half of their guys work for free.
You'll find that a lot in the indies.
Huh?
You'll find that a lot on the indies.
Okay.
That's what I asked. That's one of my questions to you too. Do you think you could ever do anything on the indie level, or just too small for you?
I won't do anything on any level.
Never.
No, I mean I've had my day.
But didn't you say you had your day twice and you came back eventually?
What do you mean?
You said you.
Well, I came back on the TNA thing to help Jeff.
Is there a chance you don't think you'll ever come back just to do it as a hobby, even to do it as a?
If I ever got back in this business, I'd go knock on Vince's door.
Will you ever do like a school or anything to help teach your knowledge and pass your knowledge on to people?
No. There's some people talking to me now that are top 20 Fortune 500 companies that are thinking about starting a wrestling company. I might be becoming a consultant for them.
It's a big scoop.
Huh?
That's a big scoop.
Well, I mean, but more than likely it won't work out because I would ask for 7 digits.
And you'd want complete control?
No. Hell no, I like being a soldier.
Who would you ask to be your booker if you had a company? Is there anyone that stands out there for you?
Oh. I don't know.
It's a question you have to answer at a later time once you
Yeah,
have to.
I'd have to really.
Once it happens.
You know, I'd have to talk to a bunch of people because there are people that are old at 40 and there are people that are young at 70.
Right.
So I'd have to interview him and And
It's not a decision. It's a
No. And I'd have to.
Going back to TNA, can you talk about trying to book the Ultimate Warrior and Randy Savage? Savage had a program there, and there's a whole incident with Jeff, wasn't there, or something about losing the title or winning the title?
No. Ultimate Warrior. Jeff wanted me to try to sign him, so I started out in phone conversations, and I started him with Sting.
The Blade Runners.
Yeah, so we had some history. So I called him and said, we're starting this little wrestling company and we'd like to sign you. And so the phone calls went great. And he said, I've had a bad history. Vince has screwed me every time we've tried to work together.
You heard about that whole DVD they made for him?
Oh, yeah. And I said, well, look, let's don't talk about history. If you'll remember, I told you and Sting to go get real jobs. You'd never make $1 in this business.
Right.
So if you're going to hold
out
history against me, no sense in us talking. I was mistaken. Y'all both made money in this business. And so anyway, we had some great conversations. And he said,
so you're one of the few who had a good conversation with the Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah, he said, send me a contract. So I sent him a contract. And 2 or 3 days went by and I called him and he said, me and my attorney are working on it. When I get it back, there are not 2 lines in the contract that are like I wrote it.
So what was changed?
Everything.
Money too? Even?
Everything. Everything about it was changed. And I called him and I said, this is not what we agreed to. He said, well, that's my conditions. So we talk again. Finally he says, okay, I guess I'm being a little funny on that. But you got to remember, Jerry, I've been screwed. I don't trust many people. I said, you don't have to trust me. Here it is in black and white. You show up and wrestle, you get your money. You don't have to worry about me hurting your reputation. I've already got it in the contract that you can approve your opponent and and how it's presented. In other words, gave him creative control. I sent him a contract.
Which is an insane thing to give to the wrestler too, isn't it?
Yeah. But we needed some stars. Star power.
They're still talking about Warrior today.
Yeah. So I sent him a contract, I get it back, and it's the same stuff. So I threw up my hands and gave up.
What year was this about, do you remember?
But anyway, then I go through the same thing with Randy Savage.
Well, Savage actually came in.
Afterwards. We failed several times before.
What happened?
Randy and I are good friends.
What happened with Savage? He said he wanted to win the belt. That's why he wouldn't come back or something. He said he was a belt mark or
Randy
something.
is, bless his heart, paranoid. And so I just got to the point of frustration. And then one day I said, I'm going to try it one more time. And he came back for us. And then you talk about some bad timing. Randy and Hogan hate each other.
Right.
I mean, serious dislike. So Randy, it's his first appearance in Orlando.
When Hogan's there.
And we're sitting back in what they call the green room.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there talking to Randy and Scott Hall. I believe Kevin Nash was there. And I'd been calling Hogan often, saying, Terry, come on. Hell, just make an appearance for us. And he said, well, when you want me to come up? I said, anytime, any week. Well, he picked this week.
You think he knew what he was doing, though?
I don't know.
Can you see him know? Can you see him thinking he?
Oh yeah, I can see him saying, "I'm going to screw with that."
That's great.
But anyway, he comes walking in, and they were both civil to each other. But Randy thought I had set him up, so we had our problems for a while. But then it all worked out.
Yeah, but he's not there today, so it didn't work out too long, I guess.
Oh no, it didn't work out.
Ultimate Warrior called the things you wrote in his book about him lies. How did he respond? Warrior said you lied about him.
In my journal?
Yeah, he said you lied about him.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't lie. It was. Let me tell you about my journal. My journal is unedited, and it's as I saw the events that day.
You can't lie because it's your opinion.
No.
Right.
I mean, that's how I took the conversation. That's how I took the contracts. Yeah, I mean, you know, he's not going to say, "Oh, Jarrett was right." He said I was the most difficult person he'd ever dealt with in his life.
Right. No,
What would you expect him to say?
Yeah, exactly. And he wants to keep his stock high too. He doesn't want to. Since we just talking about contracts, then you were also talking about the yesteryears in the 70s and 80s. What do you think about contracts in the wrestling business? Do you think it hurt it or helped it? As a promoter, would say that it hurt it, but the wrestlers say it helped it.
Well, the essence of the business has not changed between now and then. I guess that in the modern times, they're a necessary evil.
Right, so you just have to deal with what you have.
Yeah, but the essence of the relationship is still trust.
We talked about Vince Russo a lot. You called him delusional in your book. Anything else you want to say about Vince Russo while we have the camera on?
No, I mean,
Is he like the most overhyped booker ever?
He's what?
The most overhyped booker. Like, people buy his shit. He's got a job, you know?
No, that would indicate that I thought he was a booker. And I don't.
Right. There's a lot of people who hate Vince Russo.
Well, I mean, you know,
I know Kevin Sullivan buries him in every shoot he does too.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know.
Again, we actually talked about this. How shocked are you that Jeff is still just under his control?
It beats me.
Do you think when Jeff...
That is the damnedest spell that I can't understand.
Do you think Jeff has the old school mentality, the traditionalist mentality too? Or do you think...
Jeff's not old school at all.
But he kind of gives off that image sometimes too.
Well, probably it's taken because of his age.
It's funny, he was at the same hotel here where we're at today. There was an indie show a couple yards down. And he was at this hotel and he was telling everyone about all the old school stuff and how he's old school, and he's saying he's not.
No, he's not. Look at TNA. How old school is TNA?
Oh. Well, all the old wrestlers are old. But
I'm talking about
yeah.
old school.
They're not at all.
We see the X division. Everybody says, "Oh, that's new." Well, Lucha Libre is as old as professional wrestling.
Right.
And they've always done those house spots. Always. So we used to just call them lightweight matches. They could bring a whole busload of Mexicans to Tennessee. And they'd do their circuit for 3 weeks and do all these goofy things. And then Roy would come in and say, "Get them phony son of a guns out of here." And then he'd send them back. Then we'd get short of talent again, and Nick would bring another busload up. But the company now is kind of known as the X Division place, isn't it?
Wow, that's one of the little things. They're just known for being like a fake WCW. That's why you don't really have... There are TNA supporters, but it seems like there's less... They're just wondering how can they never reach their potential. You know, that's the big thing with TNA.
How are they drawing?
They actually do.
Joe told me they drew big in England.
Well, 2000 is big, right? Didn't they draw 2000?
Yeah.
They're drawing 2000. Is that a big crowd? You're saying that people are drawing a lot more back in the 80s.
Oh, sure they were.
You know, I mean, 2000. So I don't know if we got to pay all those flights from from here to UK. They made a profit.
Vince's father would sell out the Garden. Then he'd come to this is before the Meadowlands. But anyway, he would run the circuit up here and sell out every town he was in.
And run twice on Sundays too, right?
Yeah.
It's not like that.
No.
And TNA still lets their guys work like the indie shows too.
Yeah.
Which kind of might hurt their drawing. Why would you go pay full price for a TNA to see the guys you can see on an indie show in the same area? That's what Cyberspace used to do. I don't know if you ever heard of them. I think they were around when you were there. They booked all the TNA talent. And they drew like 40 people. Can you talk about Dusty Rhodes trying to hold you guys up for more money? And on Dusty Rhodes, what's your relationship with him today?
What do you mean, hold us up for more money?
Apparently he was going to go to TNA to book. And he left for more money. He said he wanted more money, then he left. And then
that was when we first got started.
Oh, when he first got started?
Yeah, and he just priced himself above our means. But then later, he lowered his price, and when we hired him, and I've always liked Dusty.
Good relationship with him?
Yeah, I mean, Dixie Carter made me fire him. But, so I don't know if Dusty PO'd at me or not.
Eventually, when you see like the legends get together, I think the time heals everything, and
yeah,
it's easy to remember the good times and the bad.
Dusty
times.
is a pretty smart guy.
Yeah.
And he probably knows that here we're in that meeting with Jeff and Dixie Carter and one of the board members from Panda. And suddenly I'm the top dog that has to fire him.
Yeah. And plus it worked out better for him too. Because now he's got a job up there. And,
yeah.
You tell a story in your book about the heat between Sean Waltman, X-Pac, and Ken Shamrock. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, they just...
What was the heat?
Well, Ken had a girlfriend, and...
Is that the Shamrock sister from WWF, I guess? The Alicia Witt or something?
That was his girlfriend. And she and Sean got together. And I was afraid Shamrock would kill Sean.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, Shamrock...
Was Sean scared of him or no?
Huh?
Was Sean scared of him?
Well, I'm sure he was, but, testosterone is a strong aphrodisiac.
No.
So it was just, it was one of those, and I, talked to Ken, and I said, Ken, she wasn't raped. She had to be a willing party to run off with him.
Now it's together. I don't know if you know now. They're together in AAA in Mexico.
Ken?
No, X-Pac and Alicia.
Oh, I didn't know.
She
that.
manages him in Mexico in AAA.
Well, Sean was in Atlanta.
6 months.
Sean was in Atlanta.
He's working with NWA too. He's working on more kids.
So they stayed together?
They're still together right now.
Isn't that amazing?
She manages them. They lived in Mexico for a while. They still do the NWA dates. So NWA still does some of those lucha shows too.
Yeah, well, Sean was straight in Atlanta.
Well, they said he went to the rehab program they had.
Has he got it?
But I mean, I don't talk to him personally. I'm going by what I read. Supposedly, he went to.
Well, he looks straight as an arrow.
I've seen him at shows sometimes, but supposedly he's great now. Is everyone saying?
Yeah.
When you try to book Dan Severn, do you know ahead of time he's going to be unavailable for you? Thus, you had to make your own champion.
I had a lot of conversations with Dan, and There was some kind of heat between him and Shamrock,
Goes back to the cage fighting.
I guess. But that's why it didn't work out.
Did you like Dan as a wrestler?
Who?
That you like Dan as a wrestler?
Yeah.
And yeah, because he was what, the NWA champion for like 4 years or something. Are you proud of the era of TNA that you booked, or do you think it could have been done a lot better?
Oh, it could have been done a lot better. I mean, I did the best I could with what I had.
So basically, you wanted to change stuff, but you had your hands tied, kind of deal.
No, it's just that.
You feel limited.
Well, success in the wrestling business is a team effort. And you, in a football game, you've got your linemen and you got your linebackers that are in war at every play. And then in the backfield, you got your quarterback and skill players that get all the glory and don't get very dirty.
Right.
It's the same in the wrestling business. The wrestlers are the linemen and the linebackers that are there fighting every day. And the bookers are the glory hounds that don't get very dirty.
Right.
But it takes them both to be a football team. So, you know, I didn't have the talent that I would have had.
You're playing with today's Dolphins, I guess.
And yeah, I mean, I just, you know, I would have used a whole lot more old school, traditional wrestlers mixed in. In other words, I'd have had a sprinkling of the X Division guys and mostly traditional.
It seems they're going that way today a little bit, where the big program is Nash and Joe, and the X Division's kind of.
Yeah. But I would have. Can I take a break? I got to blow my nose.
Good.
You've taken shots at Dave Meltzer. Is that true or false?
Oh yeah.
All right. So you've taken shots at Dave Meltzer. Why did you take shots at Dave Meltzer? I guess is the first question.
Well, he doesn't. I don't respect his integrity as a journalist.
What made you disrespect them, or not respect? What made you?
Well, just reporting half truths and doing like the New York Times do. You can spin something however you want to spin it.
Right.
I mean, you know, I don't know how many journalism classes he took, but you know, as just a novice,
Right.
I know.
And he's the most respected one of all of them.
Yeah.
So you've taken shots at Dave Meltzer's newsletters over the years. You say they would hurt the business too?
Well, in conjunction with everything else, yeah.
Because you've got bookers who've listened to him and book.
Oh, you won't believe TNA does.
You can tell.
TNA.
Who's the biggest mark for Meltzer that you know?
Well, it's not just Meltzer. It's the Torch. Who's that?
The Keller.
Yeah. And you know this 5-star rating and stuff.
Yeah, the
4
snowflakes
stars
and all that.
3 stars. You
Uh,
know they book the cards and channel the booking direction based on their comments.
so why not just offer him a booking job, right?
I mean, it's the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
You probably could book better than Russo if they put you stuff. How's that for a question? Who would be a better booker, you think? Vince Russo or Dave Meltzer?
I don't know.
But,
Lord, spare us.
the reason I'm asking about Dave Meltzer here is you've put over Wade Keller a lot, and you put over Bob Ryder. Aren't they essentially the same person as a Dave Meltzer? They both run websites.
Yeah. I see a different integrity level. That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
But I think that Wade Keller made an attempt He didn't succeed a lot of times, but I think he made an attempt to be fair, show both sides.
Your Meltzer had his favorites.
Yeah, I mean, Meltzer has a preconceived idea of everything. Everything. I mean, you know, he's a legend in his own mind. You know, and the question that I ask is, what made him any more of an authority than the guy that buys a ticket every week to the wrestling?
Well, so I guess over years he's built up where he's talking to everybody and hears everybody's.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, if you tell a lie long enough, even you can do it.
Right. Back to Bob Ryder. Was he in over his head? Because here's an internet guy, and all of a sudden now he's a big shot in WCW. He's a big shot in TNA. Was he over his head from going, you know, from internet to there?
I don't know. He did all I can judge him by. I wasn't at WCW. I know that he picked up part of this loser mentality. And they didn't, by the way, none of them knew they had it, but I could spot it. And, but Bob did a very good job at TNA.
Yeah, right now I know he deals with all the travel. He's booking all the travels right now. What was the whole idea behind the Duck Cup?
The Duck Cup. That had to be a Vince Russo deal.
I think it was.
Yeah. So don't ask me to explain it. We need to get somebody up here that understands how stupid people think. Where's Sputnik?
we might need another stupid person here. The idea behind the Johnsons. That has to be a Russo idea.
Has to be a Russo.
Okay, you talked about Bob Carter, you know, with TNA. How did Dixie Carter eventually get in the mix? And a lot of people say now.
That's her daughter.
Right.
I mean, his daughter.
How did she have a business acumen to run a wrestling show?
Well, you'll have to ask somebody besides me.
All right. TNA was on the Fox Sports Network for a bit after the pay-per-view. Were you surprised they got Spike TV to get interested and jump on board, or do you think Spike wanted something after the Raw ratings?
No, I went and made the pitch.
And it worked out. But it was basically because WWE did so good on their network is why they wanted another wrestling program?
Yeah. Here's the story. We were on Fox, and it was a strategic move. We paid to be on.
Pay to play?
Paid to be on. And thinking that everybody would accept us as a national company because we were on Fox, and it worked. I had gotten inside information that Vince was leaving Spike and going back to USA. We called for a meeting, and the Spike people gave it to us. So their head honcho.
It's very strategic going on here.
Yeah. And so I told them that Vince was leaving, and they would be left in the lurch, and that we were there to be their backup. And of course they thought I was full of bull. But Vince left them, and they called us back for a meeting and took us.
So you pretty much set that whole deal up?
I had inside information that Vince was leaving.
How come you don't think TNA will ever get a Monday night slot? They've said they want it, even though that might be a bad business move.
I didn't say they wouldn't. I don't know.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying they've put it out there. They want a Monday night slot. And they haven't got it. Do you think it would be a good business move if they get it, or a bad business move?
I don't know. You know.
You think it would be good?
I'd have to have more information about their product, and I haven't seen the show since I sold my stock.
from a business standpoint, would it be good for the business if there's two shows on because they force each other to compete harder? That's like a theory. Do you think we?
I don't know. I mean, you know, it worked with WCW and WWE. I just, like I say, I can't very well speculate on something with as limited knowledge as I am.
Right. Do you regret selling, or are you just happy that you're finally out of there?
Delighted.
Don't like it. Alright.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be alive if I still there.
Because of the heart and the stress you're talking about?
The stress, yeah. I was losing my hair.
And you got a good mane going today.
Yeah. I'd been rushed back to the doctor, hospital, near death, 4 occasions. This defibrillator fired 12, 14 times.
Wow.
Yeah. I got to the hospital and my pulse rate was 268.
Beats a minute.
Yeah, I mean, you're supposed to, that's the heart quivering. You're supposed to be dead.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's all stress.
They paid for me to come to the Cleveland Clinic for studies because I'm not supposed to be alive.
Wow.
You're not supposed to be able to live with a 270 pulse rate.
It's insane.
And it happened to me 3 times.
You still there?
So the doctors told me, get out. And so everything worked out.
That's what's kind of asking you before, the independent question. Is just to like there be no stress if you just did your own little independent thing when we're trying to help better the business by teaching younger kids. Is that just something that just doesn't appeal to you maybe?
It doesn't appeal to me. You know, when you have come close to dying, and I'm talking about you're about to die, and the doctors, you say, Doc, am I going to make it? And he goes, I don't know. That changes your life.
Your priorities and everything.
Yeah. Suddenly you realize that money, career, climbing mountains, high achievement, is not what you thought it was. Now this sounds hokey, and I don't mean for it to be, but I've got a beautiful flower garden with roses and all kinds, and I planted these. You know what a gladiola is? It's a tall thing that shoots out different colors. And one stalk might have 8 blooms on it. And I planted them, and my wife said, they'll never grow. Nobody ever has any luck with glads. And I'd get up every morning. Now I have to meet my crew at 7 o'clock. So I would get up at 5, so I'd have 10 or 15 minutes to water my glads. And I think that's probably one of the most important things in my life.
The little things.
Doesn't that sound crazy?
Nah.
But I mean, I used to think, oh God, if Memphis don't sell out as much as we've got put into it. And I can tell you, laying on that slab, wrestling never entered my mind. Not one time.
Anything about the glads?
Well, I wasn't even growing them then. I was just thinking about that. I wish I had appreciated my family, and I wish I'd enjoyed life more.
Well, it seems like you're making those changes now with Jason and Jennifer, right?
Yeah, and I'm, that's not to say that I don't get up in the morning and work hard. I work physically probably harder than I have since I was wrestling actively. But it's like, when something goes wrong or screws up on the job, and Jason's pulling his hair out, I tell him, and he's tired of hearing it. I said, son, it's only money. How important is that? Don't stress over it.
Right.
And that's really how I feel.
You're just talking about your family. Another family-related question. You have said in the past that you would not let your grandchildren watch TNA. How come?
Not just TNA.
Just all wrestling?
Wrestling, because it has too much of an adult themed content.
Do you think they should go back to like the Saturday morning shows?
Well, I'd let the kids. I don't know that, again, I would have to study the market, do market analysis, and find out where the sponsorship money is. But I'd let the kids watch it. It was back Saturday morning.
Yeah. That's what I think what's missing today.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, Doink the Clown could probably make a comeback.
You should see this indie area. There's a Doink working every 4 indie shows every month.
Oh, really?
It's not the guy, but they have guys wrestling concerts. We've talked about it, but how have things been different if Russo was never born into TNA?
Well, I mean, I think it'd been a whole lot better.
You'd still be there?
I think he would, no.
No?
I think he would have been a, I say no. I said that too quick. Because,
It'd be like stressful.
as you go down the road of life, you take a turn here, and then you go here, and you take a turn here. And how do you know if you'd have made one different turn, how it would affect the rest of the
Something
day?
else could have happened.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know. I just know that Russo added to my stress greatly. Dixie Carter added to my stress. Bob Carter added to my stress. Jeff added the most to my stress.
Being a wrestling father, were you shocked when Brian Lawler shot on his dad?
No, that was a work.
No. He's been sending like interviews, like he's bashed Jerry.
Oh, you're not talking about the TNA deal?
Well, you can talk about that too, but I'm talking about. I mean, I know that was an angle, but I'm saying he shot his dad on interviews and stuff like that.
Oh, I didn't know.
Yeah.
Remember, I don't. I've been away from the business.
Yeah. You talked about your book. Do you find your book therapeutic to write? Do you feel like
My journal is therapeutic. I had hundreds of people, many more than bought the book, say, how do you start a wrestling company? How hard was it to get started?
Right.
And so a publisher from Canada got in touch with me and said, we'd like for you to write a book about your life.
Is that ECW Press, the company?
No.
Oh, no. What's the name of the publisher?
I don't know.
Yeah. It's not important anyway.
If I think about it in a minute, they were Canada.
No.
But anyway, I said, well, maybe let me think about it. Jimmy Hart put them on to me. And anyway, I was talking to my wife about it, and she said, the research would be easy for the book. You got your journal to rely on. And I said, holy cow, I got every event. So I went to my computer and I pulled up the first year we started, what was 2002? And I started reading it, and everything was in there. And of course, a lot of it I wanted to edit. And then I said, no, then it becomes fiction. I need to publish it as is. So I just deleted the stuff that was related to my construction company. Because, that would confuse the people. I go to this wrestling meeting and I turn around and I meet with this banker about the construction loan. Then you know what I mean?
You don't want to throw off people reading it.
Well,
plus, most wrestling fans are not going to read about it anyway.
No, they don't. It isn't interesting to them, and it made the story confusing. Hell, when I went back to read it myself, it confused me.
Okay.
So when I deleted it, it was and then I wrestled back and forth with changing. Like, there was some stuff I wrote, I guess therapeutic, very personal between me and Jeff. Because, we had troubles from the day one over philosophies and over Vince Russo. And, it was stressful from the day I started.
Right. Will you be paying Kurt Angle the rumored $500,000 a year he's getting if he's still on TNA?
No.
No.
And nothing against Kurt at all. Unless they are making a whole lot more money than I think they are, like by a factor of 10, then the answer is no.
Right. Can TNA ever compete with the WWE? Or is it just always going to look at as like a glorified indie?
Well, I'd have to qualify to answer. I don't think they can under the current management.
Right. Do you think it helps that WWE is associated with Vince, where TNA really has no figurehead that's TNA?
No, it helps because WWE is run by Vince. So remember, Vince is about as old school as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
He comes from a traditional wrestling background. He is a third generation promoter.
Mm-hmm.
His grandfather promoted at the Garden.
We promote boxing, I think, right?
Yeah. So, he knows this business. Now, I don't know how you criticize him. I don't like it that he, made it more entertainment than wrestling. But look at how successful he is.
He's doing well.
But I also know that if he hadn't have done that, UFC couldn't have been born.
Well, it was, probably, right?
Well, the people wanted to see real.
Yeah.
As opposed to so much theater.
How long before UFC becomes entertainment, too? The way they're pushing the reality show, and I don't know if you watch it.
Probably 50 to 75 years. Oh, yeah, I love it. I buy all the pay-per-views.
Do you see you watch Ultimate Fighter?
Yeah.
That whole Jason Taylor thing? That seemed like so much entertainment, guy breaking wind stuff. And
yeah, well, what they're trying to do is make it draw more money, and that's what happened in the wrestling business. And I'm a guilty party. We said, well, if a little dab draws me $30,000 in Memphis, I can give them a little dab plus a little more and draw 40.
Right. Big question. What are your thoughts on the Benoit whole nonsense that happened and the whole tragedy?
And
Did you know Benoit? Or?
No. He worked for us maybe half a dozen times. But I
Never knew him.
I just
Major black eye.
I don't think that steroids made him go crazy. I think he went crazy and steroids didn't help him.
Right.
If he did, 90% of the pro athletes would be shooting their wife.
Yeah. Even football and the Olympics. Yeah. What are your thoughts about all the deaths in wrestling in general that's been occurring?
About the what?
The deaths in wrestling that's been occurring in general? It seems like there's like one every other day,
Yeah. Steroids make you age from the inside out.
Right.
And, that's one of the big tragedies. That people are getting old long before their time.
That's why a lot of the old school guys are still around today, where it seems like the 80 guys are wiped out. Which death hit you the most? Like, I can't believe he's dead.
Well, naturally, Tojo Yamamoto and Eddie Graham committing suicide. The most recently personally painful to me was Kurt Hennig. Because Kurt was a great guy.
You never hear anyone say bad things about him.
Huh?
You never hear anyone say any bad things about him.
He was a great guy. Funny.
Do you think Lex Luger killed Liz?
No.
You think does her? Everyone said that he put her up to all the drugs and got her hooked on all that nonsense.
I don't know. I mean, who knows? They're all peeled up. Last time I saw Lex, I brought him to TNA and he was crocked. I couldn't get him dressed, let alone to the ring.
He's paralyzed now today. I don't know if you heard.
No.
Paralyzed from, I think, the waist down?
Oh, what happened?
I think just the reaction to all the stuff over the years.
Yeah, like a stroke.
You're doing this kind of shoot interview today, which exposes the business a little bit.
Do you think it does?
I
No, I'm serious.
think it does.
Do you really?
They tell all the stories about baby faces and heels hanging out. And
Well, but
business
I mean,
stories.
that's like telling somebody that Obama is black.
Yeah. Well, it's different. Leads to my question. Does the lack of kayfabe today surprise or bother you?
It is. It is what it is.
Were you pissed when Vince went to New Jersey
Oh, yeah.
and said, we're fake?
I hated it.
But do you understand why he had to do it?
No, I don't think he had to do it.
You don't think he had to do it?
No. He chose to. It was a strategic plan.
What was the strategy?
And it paid off for him.
What do you think the strategy was?
Well, the boxing and wrestling commissions control the business. And he said, I'll fix your ass.
You got around it.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on wrestling newsletters today?
I don't know. They don't affect my life anymore.
You don't read them anymore, do you?
I don't read them.
Have you ever read them?
Oh, yeah. I used to read Keller every morning.
Are you surprised that it affects the way people make their decisions in wrestling?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. That's why I read him every morning. I mean, I'd walk into the TNA office for a meeting and they'd be saying, oh, we got to book AJ Styles back. He got a 5-star match last night.
Man.
What, a 5-star by who? Wade Keller. I said, what in the hell does Wade know? So then I said, well, I don't need to keep my head in the sand. Let me see what in the hell Wade. So we got to be buds and I'd talk to him.
Yeah. So you had a lot different relationship than you had with Meltzer, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't like Meltzer from back in the territory days. Because Meltzer would hear a rumor and he would call me and I would totally refute it and tell him what really happened. And then he wouldn't write the rumor verbatim. And I'd call him back and I'd say, look, I know that there's a 50-50 chance that I was lying or telling the truth from your perspective. Who did you check out which of these stories? Well, nobody.
You could at least say how you viewed it, high guys told them the opposite.
What he did is he wrote what sold the most newspapers, and that's negative.
Right.
Have you ever wondered why they don't say, today is an 80% chance of sunshine?
Negativity sells.
They say
20%
there's a
chance.
20% chance of showers.
Man. If you turn the news, the first couple stories are all deaths, right?
Today, 40 million people drove down the highway and didn't have any confrontations, didn't cut anybody off, but one person shot at the other.
Right.
They don't even tell about the 40 million that went.
Oh, no. You gotta sell commercial time, I guess, right?
Negative sales.
Yeah. You've talked about Vince a couple times. You have a good relationship with Vince, it seems.
With
Vince, you have a good relationship with Vince McMahon.
I suppose, but I mean, I'm not around the wrestling business. My only connection with the wrestling is Oleg Prudius, and we distribute some wrestling product in the international market.
With Vince, has he ever contacted you recently about doing an appearance or anything about his Hall of Fame?
No.
What do you think
And
about...
I don't, that I would really be out of my element, because my 2 years up there were basically a secret.
Would you go to his Hall of Fame if he invited you? I mean, he said other people, Eddie Graham's in there, and he was never there, and
Oh yeah,
Gagne's in there.
I'd go watch it.
No, if he invited you to be part of it, to be in his Hall of
I
Fame.
don't think so.
You would turn him down to be in it?
Well, I would say, have you gone nuts? The people will wonder what in the hell you're doing, Vince.
Well, he inducted Eddie Graham, he inducted Gagne.
Eddie Graham was a huge star in New York.
Well, you're a huge star in like Memphis. Everyone looks at you as that.
No, but I mean, most of the people that are in his, I mean, as far as I know, all of them were big stars in New York.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, Gagne's not. Right?
huh?
Gagne's not. Gordon Soley's not.
I think Gagne worked in New York when he was a wrestler.
I didn't know that. Maybe
Yeah,
you're teaching me something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know for sure, but
I mean,
I
Gordon
mean-
Soley's in it.
yeah, I don't know. I mean,
If he said we need to watch you to WrestleMania,
well, if you said what?
we watch you for WrestleMania weekend. We want to induct you into the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah, I'd do it if he asked me.
Yeah, I'm not saying you're politicking for it. I'm saying if he called you,
Oh, if he called me, because I like Vince and Linda.
the
I respect them both.
you said you don't watch wrestling. You don't. Do you even follow any of it today, or
No, and it's not that I'm hostile toward it, but it's just
that part of your life is kind of over, maybe?
I get up at 5 o'clock. Here's my routine. I get up at 5 o'clock. I usually go in the summer. I go out and water my flowers, my shrubs. On occasion, I have to vacuum my pool. At 6 o'clock, I come in, grab a cup of coffee, a sausage and biscuit, and head across town. I get to meet with my crew at 7. We work our butt off. I get back home at 5:30, have dinner, take a shower, get in bed, and watch a movie. I love movies. Netflix. Can you say it?
Yeah.
And then I get up the next day and do the same thing. And that's my happy day. Now, when am I going to watch wrestling?
DVR, TiVo.
No, but you don't.
No, I don't just say it. I'm just saying. Is it tough for you to do like an interview like this where we're badgering you about everything about wrestling when this is over in your life?
The only thing that I was apprehensive were the Jeff questions.
Right, but now we know why. We didn't know going into it, but now.
Yeah, and I just said, well, if I'm going to agree to this interview, then I have to be candid and tell the truth.
Right.
From my viewpoint.
Right.
If you ask somebody else from their viewpoint, they might have a different one.
Would you ever write another book? Or is that, again, wrestling's done?
No, I mean, I'm talking to somebody right now, and wrestling is a part of it. So it would have to be about wrestling, but that's not all my life.
Right.
I mean, do you know that I started the monster truck racing?
You said it before. In Dallas, you said it, right?
That's a whole story.
That's a big market, a lot of...
Well, I mean, it's monster truck racing. Bigfoot, Gravedigger, and
I never watched it. I've heard about it. What advice would you give to any aspiring bookers, whether it be on the indie level or TV level?
allow the fans the opportunity for a 2-hour period, hour and a half, however long the matches are, to suspend disbelief. Exactly like a good movie does. I don't know some of the new ones. Yeah, was a Rambo movie.
Rambo 4, yeah.
Yeah.
The Vietnam.
Did you watch it?
No, not yet.
All right.
I saw the new Rocky.
Rocky. Did you watch the
Yeah,
Rocky?
I watched Rocky. I'm a big fan of Rocky. Yeah.
All right. When Rocky made his big comeback at the end and won.
Mm-hmm. Well, no, he lost. There's the alternate ending where he won, but he lost in the original movie.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm talking about the one he won.
The first one, Rocky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apollo Creed.
Rocky. That was Rocky 2.
Okay.
1 and 2 is Apollo Creed. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, the movie I was in, when he won,
Yeah, it was 2.
everybody jumped up in the theater and screamed.
And I love you, Adrian, at the end. Adrian, I love you.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. All right. I jumped up and screamed too. Now, did I think that was real, the fight?
Fuck no. No.
But I was able to suspend disbelief.
You were involved.
I was involved emotionally.
Right.
And so my advice to a booker is that it's very, very simple. And this business is simple. If I was forced to a booking meeting, I would try to dumb everybody up.
Right.
Not smarten them up, dumb them up.
So like the KISS theory, right? Keep it simple, stupid theory.
Yeah, keep it simple, stupid.
Uh,
I mean, it's because it is simple. There's a good guy and there's a bad guy. And they come in conflict with each other. And you want to have somebody win. You know, I hate these 40 run-ins and
no. What's every TNA pay-per-view made of that?
yeah, I mean, you know, that's silly. That'd be like a Rocky. Can you imagine how
Friends and Rocky.
Can you imagine how successful the Rocky movie would be?
The Drago with the steel chair.
If 3 people jumped in the ring right when he was making a comeback and they lobbed Rocky.
The ref bump.
I mean, what kind of movie would that be?
Yeah.
You'd say,
Oh, you're right. I have my last Jeff question for the day. What do you think about Hockey Talk Man burying Jeff wherever he goes, saying that Jeff ripped him off with the guitar and everything?
I don't know. He got his problems. I mean, you know.
What do you think about hockey? I mean, you know him from Memphis, obviously.
Let me tell you what I think. Because I've wondered. He's been a hostile dude from the last time we booked him. He's Jerry Lawler's cousin.
Right.
And Jerry said that whenever they'd have family reunions, you know, picnics, that they would go and everybody would be talking to him because he's on Memphis TV, and they'd go, hey, and then they'd come back. So Jerry says he was jealous of me as a kid, and he's really jealous of me now that I'm a wrestler. And he'll be jealous of me when we're both old men. And I go, oh, come on, Jerry, let's use him. Yeah, you can do what you want to. So I used him, and he had relative success, and went to New York and was Honky Tonk Man and had good success there.
Right.
And then now it's like he's mad at the world.
Do you think it's half work too, where he's trying to make money for himself?
I don't know.
He keeps his name relevant right now.
I hope so.
Uh,
I hope it's that, not just the childhood jealousy. Lawler thinks it's real, but he's just angry.
Well, I think it's. I mean, he did a thing where he's bashing Lawler, but at the end of it, he's challenging to a match. So when you say it's it looks like a work. Unless he's, who knows?
Who knows? I don't know.
What do you think about men wrestling, women in wrestling? Did you see a lot of intergender matches here and there? Do you find it credible? Do you think it's worth putting on TV?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Miss Texas, Jackie,
Yeah.
is one of the toughest people that I've ever booked.
Yeah.
I mean, she could beat a whole lot of men. And so, what was the girl's name that was at TNA and did the movie stunts and
Trinity?
yeah. I watched them have just an incredible match.
Well, she's not around no more.
Huh?
She's not around no more either.
Who, Trinity?
I think she's full-time movies now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
She is. And, what, I don't know, Jackie still,
She just wrestled last night, on TV last night.
is she,
She's still there. She's wrestles and she manages James Storm.
oh, okay. Well, she's just an incredible talent. And I don't see anything wrong with the mixed matches.
Right. I know like Bill Watts and Ole Anderson used to bash him, and like from your era. Do you think there's a lot of those guys, like you hear Watts and Ole Anderson complain about today's wrestling? Do you think they just never adapted or adjusted to move on with the times?
I don't know. They probably resent the lack of realism.
What do you think makes a good booker? Like, how hard is it to be like a booker? I mean, you've done it in Memphis, Georgia. What do you think?
Yeah. What I said, keep it simple and try to book the talent with who they are. Every talent has assets and limitations. Don't ask a wrestler to do something when it exceeds his ability. Don't ask him to, don't look over his limitations. If, I don't know if they were down here, up here and you saw them, the Midnight Express.
They weren't really big. I've seen them, but they never were big here.
All right. Anyway, you had Jim Cornette, who's a great talker, and Bobby Eaton was a country boy, and he sounded like he wasn't, even though he was bright, he sounded like he might have been retarded. So we just never asked Bobby to talk. Never. And, Vince had me work with Lex Luger for 2 hours to make an interview.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the Lex Express?
They slammed Yokozuna.
And Vince said, we got to get him to where he can talk. So after 2 hours, I went to Vince and I said, you will expose him if you ever try to let him say more than one line. Lex looked like $1 million. Decent wrestler. He couldn't talk. So.
Do you believe that rumor they said he got drunk before WrestleMania 10?
And what?
The rumor was he got drunk before WrestleMania 10 and told people he was winning the title. Do you believe that's one of the reasons he didn't get the belt?
I don't know. I was up in New York wrestling at 10 and I didn't.
That was the rumor in Meltzer's thing.
Yeah. Not to my knowledge, and I was
You were there.
producing, yeah.
You talked about your one regret was the promoters not getting together and form against Vince. Do you have any real wrestling regrets, or are you happy about the career you had?
Oh, yeah. I mean, like the movie Wonderful Life, it couldn't have been any better. I was a small guy, very poor, raised in a predominantly black neighborhood. We were the poor white people in the neighborhood, and the wrestling business made me relatively wealthy, and gave my children incredible educations. And how could I not appreciate it?
Right. I guess my last question to you: any last words you want to say to the fans, or maybe any wrestling? Because people in the wrestling business watch these shoots too. Anything you want to say to people in the wrestling business, fans, anything?
Yeah, probably. And that is that when you sit here in this chair and you try to be as honest and forthright as you can be. You have to remember that my answers are from my perception and my perspective. And that's all anybody can give you. The somebody else that is that we've discussed or that I have opinion of may have a totally different reality and really believe it. And so, on not just this interview, but all of them, watch them from the perspective that this is the way Jerry sees it. Not necessarily that it's the gospel. Because I think during the interview, Ultimate Warrior has a total different remembrance of what I view as the most frustrating experience in my career. So, I think that's all that I can say. Just take everything with a grain of salt.
Well, we'd like to thank you for coming today, Jerry. It's been a great interview. And maybe we'll do something again in the future.
Thank you.
Watch thousands of exclusive shoot interviews right now on TitleMatchNetwork.com.